I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So the first will be to approve minutes from Monday, September 20th.
So, Mr. Chairman.
John's moved.
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have minutes to approve from our special meeting on September 8th.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved,
Second.
Jess seconded, all in favor? Motion passes 5-0. Nothing on the consent agenda. Motion. Extension coming in for 4H reclamation building agreement as well as 4H week. I don't know if you all read over this agreement that the city kind of wrote up on the.
Yeah, I just quickly glanced through it. It sure seems like there's a lot of the stuff that the county can't do, but I'm concerned about what the city can still do. You know, it says that the county shall not block the entrance, without permission and so on and so forth. I wonder if there shouldn't be something in there that the city can't block the entrances for access into the building area.
Also, the week of the fair, it says the county can't schedule any event during that time, but it don't list the city.
Yeah, I read through it myself and I kind of agree with, there's more hindrance on us than there is
Right.
or restrictions.
And it's on the city property.
And we're paying for
Yeah,
Has Wade looked at it or
it.
not?
I do not know that.
But it is our building, they do say that.
Yeah.
So we can pay all the insurance and do everything else.
Yeah.
so,
But it seems like all the restrictions are going back on the county, and there's nothing stating in the city that, because they can put gates up and block it.
well, as long as the city did it.
I think we need to know if Wade has looked at it and knows where our ideas are at.
Yeah.
It may need to be critiqued a little bit.
I would agree with that. And we're, it's not 100% certain it's a go anyway. So depending on what the pricing comes in and all like that. So I think we have time, I guess.
I do too.
I do not know if somebody's coming from 4H.
I hear the voices.
Okay. There they are.
And you.
That's concerning.
Proclamation, we still do. We still do the proclamation, but not the.
Yes.
I myself do that too.
It happens to me too.
Can you scoot your sign back, Tim, or it's about 2/3 over the county, I think.
Tim's gonna fall.
So we'll make sure Wade reads that. We can read a little bit more. Thinking out loud now.
Well, even if
I do that too often.
Yeah. Even if Wade has looked at it, we probably need to suggest some of our input too.
Okay.
That'd be my thought.
Good morning, Joe.
Morning, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Isaac Durst, and I'm a 10-year member of the Blue Ribbon 4-H Club and a 3-year Coffee County ambassador. I'm here to ask you to proclaim National 4-H Week as October 3rd through 9th for Coffee County. 4-H members have recorded radio spots promoting 4-H with the local radio station, The Dog. There will be articles in the local paper also promoting 4-H. Individual clubs do different activities to promote 4-H. My club, the Blue Ribbon 4-H Club of Louisville, Kansas, is decorating the bank window with previous projects from this year. During this week, each club will participate in 48 hours of 4-H, performing community service activities throughout the county. Thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Anybody have questions?
Are you a senior at Lebo?
I'm actually a junior.
Junior?
Yep.
You had a sister graduated last year, didn't you?
I did, yep, Audrey, yep,
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I wasn't sure how far you guys
yep,
were.
yep, about 2.5 years, even though I look older.
I sat with your dad down at I sat with your dad down at county meeting here the other day for about an hour or so.
Okay,
Talked about a lot of things.
yep.
10 years, that's pretty good.
Yep.
Good.
I enjoy the experience, so.
Good deal. So what's your favorite?
Like project or,
Either project or?
well, my most favorite thing that I've learned is, leadership. I love leading younger kids and, activities or other life skills that I might need. My favorite project is probably either horticulture, which is plant science, or, Western Heritage, which is a shooting sports project.
I knew that was coming. I knew that one.
So you're one of the participants in the Western Heritage
Mhm.
shooting deal, which unfortunately was postponed this year.
Yeah, it was canceled because of COVID this year. The national shoot was. I went to the national shoot now 3 times. I think I've won it overall once, so I really enjoy it. So
Fun sport.
yeah, it is.
Good deal.
Anybody, your little brother's gonna challenge you on that.
Yeah, when they get to the senior division, yeah, for sure.
Good to have competition.
Any other questions? So with that being said, I guess I'll read this proclamation. And to the people of Coffee County, greetings. Whereas 4-H is America's largest youth development organization, having supported almost 6 million youths across the country thus far. And whereas 4-H has helped hundreds of youth in Coffee County, Kansas become confident, independent, resilient, and compassionate leaders. And whereas 4-H is delivered by Cooperative Extension, a community of more than 100 public universities across the nation that provides experiences where young people learn by doing in hands-on projects in areas including health, science, agricultural, and citizenship. And whereas National 4-H Week showcases the incredible experiences that 4-H offers young people and highlights remarkable 4-H youth in Coffee County, Kansas, who work each day to make a positive impact on those around them. And whereas 4-H's network of 600,000 volunteers and 3,500 professionals provides caring and supportive mentoring to all 4-Hers, helping them grow into true leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries. Now therefore, we, the Board of Coffee County Commissioners, Coffee County, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 3rd through the 9th, 2021 as National 4-H Week throughout Coffee County, Kansas, and encourage all of our citizens to recognize 4-H for the significant impact it has made and continues to make by improving youth with the skills they need to learn to lead for a lifetime. Dated this day, 27th day of September 2021.
Since this young man is from my district, proudly, I will make that motion.
Bob moved,
Go ahead.
Jesse seconded. All in favor?
Right?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you guys care if I get a picture?
With all of them.
With that.
Right here.
With all. I did last year.
Where are you guys going?
By the flags.
Yeah, but-
Wasn't thinking of being
You get invited.
photogenic today.
How do you want to do this? Throw it in front, with the flags in the back of us?
Just stand right there in the middle.
Right here? All right.
I sure can. Say cheese.
Cheese.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck, Steve.
Thank you.
So, Darrell, reading over, the city's deal.
Okay.
We're wanting to wait and take a look.
Okay, that's
And,
fine.
Few of us have a few questions, maybe that,
Yeah, this was the initial draft,
okay,
and I told them, when I was given, in fact, I think, they were still gonna have the city attorney look at some stuff too, but I
Okay.
told them I would give it to you all today. And thought probably that, Wade would wanna take a look at it.
Yep.
Our board meets, Wednesday evening. I'll share it with them as well, see if they've got any questions, and we can go from there.
yeah, I mean, we ought to have, yeah,
Sure. Yeah.
we'll take a look.
I mean, it's not holding anything up. We're progressing well. In fact, the schematic drawings are done. We're supposed to have a Zoom meeting with the architect today at noon. And if any of you would like to sit in on it, we'll set up over here in the kitchen area over here by EOC. And if any of you'd like to sit in and hear what they have to say and take a look at the schematics, you're more than welcome to do that, for sure. So, but, yeah, so we're in progress.
Good.
Darrell, one thing, and we discussed a little bit, was during Fair Week, the city, they say the county should provide county fair board exclusive access to the building and not schedule anything, activities at the site. But during Fair Week, the fair board actually controls the fairgrounds. The city has no right, basically, I don't say right, but really has no right because the fair board, isn't that true now?
Yes,
So
Yeah.
the city wouldn't be able to schedule anything during that week anyway.
right, yeah, the way it is now, they have exclusive use to
Right.
the fair grounds, and facilities there for that week. And they somewhat define, Fair Week in this, document in that section. And that would just be extended basically to the building through this agreement.
So does that answer that one question?
That answers the one question. The other one was, I mean, it states that, I didn't mark it. It says that the county shall not restrict access to any area of the park without proper approval from the city. And I mean, why would we restrict the park? The park is a city property. I would think that we need to have something in there stating that the city shall not restrict the access to the park
Okay.
during that time frame as well, because they own the park. I mean, does that make sense? I mean, everything's the county shall not do this, the county shall not do that, other than pay for it and upkeep it. But there's nothing stating in here that the city shall not do something as well. I mean,
Yeah, if, maybe if you could work with Wade on a more acceptable wording to that section, that could be something we could propose to them, you know, just to reword that.
So did the
Where
city
you
come
all
up with
feel?
this? The city come up with this?
I had provided some rough language, and they took that and wordsmithed it a little bit with their attorney and stuff, and, that wasn't in my original document, no, but, anyway, but, yeah, they said, you know, of course, for you all to look it over, and if you've got suggestions or concerns like that, work those out with Wade, and we'll get together and present it and come together on a document that is agreeable to everybody.
My uncomfortable comes in is not only during Fair Week, because it's also surrounded, you know, that the city can't do anything. But Monday through Friday, any other time, the city can block an entrance and deny you guys access to our building on their property.
Okay, I see.
That's what I don't like.
Yeah, so your concern is just denying access basically to the building that.
Period.
Okay, yeah,
At any time.
well, I know, you know, on some occasions, they've blocked access for events, I think for like Fall Fest and stuff like that. I mean, general access until the event was there. I think they tried to do some things during flooding and stuff like that, but I understand where you're coming from there too. But there again, I guess just get with Wade, come up with some wording for that section that is more acceptable or that you're more comfortable with, and we'll present it and hash things out.
Yeah.
Yes, so get it going. So, okay, other than that. Okay, all right, like I say, if any of you are interested in sitting in on the Zoom meeting, more than welcome.
Okay.
We'll see you. Okay,
Thanks.
you bet, thank you guys.
Greetings. More tax sale info for you. Yes, we're having one still. I know you guys are worried about that. But yeah, we're gonna have it. In talking to Chris, he's finally, I believe, has everything on his end correct. I want to make one final check again to make sure, but we think the few problem properties, man, they were really messed up. But I think they're fixed, but that doesn't mean we can have one next week. There will be a new printing. The first three were procedural, and they're mainly saying, okay, Bob, you owe, you're in debt. Whether we have the correct parcels down or not, they said that doesn't really matter, and looking at things, and that was okay. It just irritates the public when they're looking at something, hey, that's my address. So that piece wasn't the important part. The important part was who is delinquent. And so we got that out. Now we're down to 20 properties that will be in the sale, and by the time we get there, might be a couple less, we don't know. Anyway, 20 properties, needs to be reprinted 3 times with the correct legals. Heaven forbid we actually get the correct ones out, but these have to be right. And then after that, it's a no sooner than 30 days. So 45 days later is okay, but it can't be quicker than 30 days after the 3rd printing. So that gives us roughly 2 months. But I don't know when he's gonna get that to me, so we can actually put it in the paper to give to Mark.
To simplify, and like I don't know your business up there, to simplify, could they just list the individuals that owed the money, the property tax versus the legals? I mean, without the legals at the beginning? Because it sounds like to me,
It's
the
a state
legals
thing.
didn't need anything,
Right.
even if they was wrong. I mean, I'd much rather publish
Correct.
nothing than the wrong information, but
It's a
you
state
still
thing.
got, it's a state thing.
And the state does things the way they want, right or not. I mean, just like hiring this position, October is the worst possible month I think you could do, other than maybe November, December. But why put it off that far? The
Chris
state wanted to,
is gonna send you all those new documents, and you'll have the opportunity to proofread that, to
right,
make sure it's correct before it goes to paper.
correct.
To me, that should have been done the first time around, but maybe there was too many errors evidently.
Any idea what the date will be?
I was hoping for the middle of November, because that would be better than December when we're really in the heat of, but no. Because again, it's up to them. With Thanksgiving, there's really only 1 week in November I can use, because I can't do the very beginning, just with payables and finishing up all the end of the month things, and the end of the month is so there's like 2 weeks in the middle. And so I'm thinking it will be the middle of December, the 8th or the 15th.
Of December.
That's my guess. But again, that's dependent upon Chris. Which again, that's the heart of tax season for us, collecting but the next piece would be then, speaking of tax time, the 21 taxes will be out. All I do is collect them. What do you want done with the 21 taxes and those properties that are in the sale? Have you considered that one? You can roll them in, but that just means an opportunity for the people that would be purchasing to have a clean tax bill, if you will, for cheaper. I would rather have the delinquent taxes separate from the non-delinquent taxes. So
Right, and
so Bob comes in and pays for a property, then he has to pay the first half of 21 taxes. Because that's what's due by December 20th.
So if you would rather have them separate, why don't you just do that? I mean, it's
I
kind
would
of,
like your approval.
it's kind of your call, I think.
I collect taxes, that's it.
But these parcels under this tax sale
Mhm.
is not picking it up all the way to 21 anyway, are they? There's still a year or two of unpaid.
Well, there's several years back to, some cases back to 12.
Yeah. So whoever buys those parcels is gonna be responsible for those unpaid years?
Right, well, depends what they pay. I mean, let's suppose there's $10,000 due and they only pay $8. $2,000 worth of taxes are gone. And if 21 was another $1,000 on top of that, they still only paid $8, then the county's out another $1,000.
I think what he asked is, no, the people, you buy it, you don't have to make up those
You
taxes.
don't.
Well, that's my
You're buying it
question.
clear.
There's no way that that new buyer has to make up those unpaid taxes from the year we're going in the tax sale compared to the current date.
Correct. They just, whatever they pay for it.
I didn't assume that'd be a write-off. Because to me, that's just a write-off for the county.
Yeah, so if it's 10 grand, and they only pay 5, they got, half of it's gone. That's what a tax sale does.
No way to recover that.
No, sir.
Well, the other way to do it is put a minimum per property.
And that
then
was
you
the
may
next
not have a
question.
sale.
Then you might not have a sale.
So then who owns it, then who owns the property?
You're back in the.
Well, why couldn't the county own
And that's what has been at some of the discussions. Some counties do take ownership, others don't. But also by taking ownership, you now own the debt that goes with some properties. You know, the taxes are gone. I mean, like, let's suppose the property that Bob bought for 5 grand had $10,000 in taxes, but $20,000 still in mortgage. 5 takes care of the taxes, but there's still a mortgage.
it? But the mortgage company isn't gonna let that go. They'll stop the sale and pay the tax and
Well, it's now on his head. The mortgage side is,
On who?
would be Bob's, because we just have a tax sale. We're not clearing mortgages out.
So is that disclosed at the sale, what properties have mortgages on?
That's not our job. That's what the buyer's position is, and that's what there've been other people who, let's suppose Don is not the most scrupulous person and does a quick claim deed the week of the sale and sells to you. And you don't know that it's in a tax sale. Well, quick claim deed is just real quick between you two. Now all of a sudden there's a tax sale and we sold your property and you just bought from Don because you didn't do any research, have the title work done. And so it's up to the buyers to come in and look and see, if you're interested in 100 Neosho, what is owed on 100 Neosho? Are there any other mechanics liens or whatever on the property? That's up to the buyers.
Like, it could be sewer, taxes or things like that on there also, like 20-year sewer program that stays with it.
I think last time I come to a sale down here, actually, the properties that was on, that were actually had money loaned against them, the finance companies or the mortgage people were present
in most cases.
and they could kind of dictate actually, the property sold, if I remember correctly, the property sold and the taxes were assumed at that time so say it was $100,000 for a house, and the county wanted $10,000 out of it for taxes. They worked with the mortgage company to see and the mortgage company could opt of, yeah, we'll sell it or we won't. So I know that's how it went one other time I was down here.
But if the mortgage company doesn't sell it, then they have to pay the taxes, all right?
The mortgage company, I believe, has to
Yeah,
pay the
and I've
taxes
seen,
on it.
I've seen them do that as a tax.
So
Hopefully those type of situations are gonna be on the very, very low property, or low tax recovery, and wouldn't have to write off very much.
Correct. I can see the mortgage companies coming in on some of the other properties.
On some of the higher value properties.
And there has been a bankruptcy claim, so that automatically takes property out of a tax sale. So that's where 2 parcels are gone.
This will be a new learning experience for all of us.
Mhm.
But it'll set the groundwork for next year too.
Yes.
One of the examples was one tax sale here we had. Person owed $90,000. The mortgage company came in and said there's a lien of $90,000 on it. The bidding started there. Because the mortgage company was going to pay the taxes so they could keep their lien. So I think most of that will be covered.
Right. Most instances, probably, because they're not gonna want a property to go, for $100,000 when there's almost 300 due on it. And then that was the next question, is there any minimums you guys want? Some counties do that. Or do you just want the property sold?
I just want,
I mean, I would much rather see a minimum, but I mean, you might want, and if a person can take a minimum and it doesn't, then the county assumes the property.
What are you gonna do with it if it don't hit the minimum?
And see, some counties, the county owns the property then until they find somebody that wants to buy it. That's what some counties do. And other counties say, well, they didn't want it, didn't hit the minimum, so you're still on the hook for all the taxes that are owed because we didn't sell your property.
Chances are we're gonna be on the hook for that property anyway, if it doesn't make much money.
All right, so getting any out of it rather than letting it continue on from year to year
I would rather,
might be the better way to do it.
if you get, if it's 50,000 and you get $1 out of it, it's gone and somebody else is responsible instead of that person who's not been paying.
Right.
That's the way I'd rather do it.
And that's the way I
We
see
don't
it.
have to decide this right away, though.
No, but I want that out there so you guys are thinking about it. Like I said, it's at least 2 months off and December is about.
I guess my only thinking is that I do know that some of these are blighted or nuisance properties or vacant lots. So I don't think there'd be any disadvantage to the county not owning them.
Well, in a lot of those cases, there are people that are relative proximity have been calling and asking when is the sale. I'm
Yeah.
tired of this looking like crap. I want to buy it.
So that's what I go back to. I mean,
Although there are some where the attorney's fees, I guarantee you it's not going to sell for what is actually owed right now. Because the taxes on it are $30, $40 a year, but the attorney fees are $350. And there's 3 different properties. So for less than, or roughly, it's like $110 for the taxes on 3 properties. But it's $1,300, $1,400 are actually owed on it. Even though it's only $100.
something to think about.
Be interesting.
As we get closer to that sale, getting the last 2 weeks, Richard, maybe At that time, it may be down to 15 parcels. We don't have any idea.
Right.
At that time, maybe we ought to have a work session and identify what that property really is, the value that's against it, and make a decision on which way we want to go, put a minimum or not. But it wouldn't take long to have a work session prior to it, once we know the facts on each individual property.
Right.
Now, at least we're not working with 100 parcels this time.
Correct.
Our citizens got pretty active and got it down to 20. Because what was it printed in the paper, I think, 3 months ago, I think started out 39. That's a far cry from where it was a long time ago, 70 or 80.
Yeah, we're down half.
So there's a lot of headway making, a lot of headway back.
Any other questions?
Everything I have.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
You betcha. Thank you. And we'll be talking again.
Okay. Mr. Skipper.
Sir. Good morning, Commission. Sandy, how are you? Real quick before I go into my stuff, the continuation on what you just discussed, there are actually 1 or 2 lots that are in that commercial theme. We certainly don't want to get into buying or acquiring acreage like this, out in the county area. But for those commercial lots, it might be that the commission may want to have some advance overview on that. So I'm going to prepare pictures, detail, and balances on taxes owed, mortgage balances, other assessments that are due on these properties, so you can have a good look at them, all of them. I'll have that to you by next meeting. What I'm here for today, I have requests for 2 executive sessions. One, the first one, is to last for 15 minutes, would include the commission and our attorney, and it is to discuss matters of the financial affairs of the corporation and trade secrets.
With the commission and Wade,
Yes, sir.
as well as you,
Yes, sir.
for 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moved,
Second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We're going into 9:34.
Okay, yeah. Or no, 2, you got 2, I'm sorry. Yeah. What fast is she fast?
This is a lot of answer option to me that most specific, or how do you want that, or is that what you need?
Then that's fine. I didn't know if you ever would have decided I can send it, if not,
If you couldn't send it down, okay.
I will, probably send it. Okay, I'll go do that. I have,
Thank you.
We're back.
I would like to request that the commission, along with the county attorney, enter an executive session to last 30 minutes to discuss matters of non-elected personnel.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's made the motion,
Second.
Jesse seconded. I was gonna make Don do it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
For 30 minutes, we'll go in at 9:53.
Yeah, be pretty quick on.
Sorry. They sneeze and sneeze. Like, I still think they're bad. I'm trying to Thursday, but it's so much. Because I know that, and if you get the actual seal of federal or whatever, it's just worth it. That's right. I've gotten older, especially this year, this fall, the first time I really had, well, I was sick, you know, but that was different. And then I had it from the cough and really congested. Of course, I'm kind of congested now, but I know that was, you know. Yeah, it's like, I don't have no, yes, yeah. I'm just gonna like start wearing glasses. I love it. Yeah, I know. This is a big. I saw that. And it's right for the check, because Sharon said that everything was stupid, but then with the Justice Center, and I told them what they've heard before, I asked if they still want to go through this. Yeah. They did, but regardless, it needs to be good. Yeah, it's terms of what happened. Yeah. 2 weeks ago, on a larger scale. Right. And then, the rest of that, I think it's, both. Yeah, I think that's what they were doing it, and they actually reading, yeah, and they said, continue to go. Do you know how many feet that was since, when I said it out of there, Tim, I was talking about, like, I wondered how many feet of piping that was. I mean, this one here? Yeah. For the forest, do you think that's going to
I thought it was gonna be just like a, just a little bit, hat in the floors, or not all that, if I recall, because they're still, you know. Because I think, yeah, it has to be, you know, 4,300.
Yeah, it wasn't so they were turning it off.
Yeah. That eventually had really, you know, people, I thought, down the line, with the head, with the banner, and, you know, that's what, you know, because we built that,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, maybe we didn't know about it, and I don't know that, but I think they did. But we could, you know, have it, we would do, and wherever we would go to, just to see or whatever. And then,
Because we're aware of what kind of building is actually going to be cut into.
if this is still what I'm talking about.
And it's changed.
This one inside out. Okay. You can't tell the difference. No, I think it's pretty video. That's weird. She's going on.
I know. Need to go back and look at it.
First and 15.
We are back. Wayne is not till 10:30.
It's only about 5 minutes, so.
So we can take a 5-10 minute break. Everybody will be in favor of that. Unless you had something else to share.
No, sir, I'm good.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have asked you first.
No, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
we're gonna take a short break and then Wayne will be here.
Then we'll hit round table.
We'll have round table. And, yes, pardon me?
Check some options.
Yeah, and then, I don't know, do you guys wanna, like, go somewhere for lunch? Do you wanna have sandwiches brought in? What do you want to do? I'm not sure I can make it till 3 o'clock with that little something, this big old belly I got.
Sandwiches.
I can call in Subway if that works, just like turkey.
We'll wait till the rest of them get back.
I don't have any problem with it.
Um,
Good morning. Good morning.
So Andy, if we get somebody employed on, October 1, does that start their, healthcare?
It would start the next month, November 1.
Okay, but we gotta start them on the 1st of October to do that 30-day, so they can get, okay, because I got one employee that we're gonna be looking at starting on October 1. Okay. Good. Good.
And that's what they say, I told them.
Well done.
What are you up to, Wayne?
Oh, about 5'8".
5'8", 250, huh?
Oh, I lost a little weight, but yeah.
Angie?
Yeah.
Please
talking about a couple of things, and what can do. So just two of them talking. I think probably still on. Well, you know, what I was gonna ask you about, we talked about in executive session, but I can't talk. When I figure out, I'll talk to Wade.
Morning.
Bueno.
Yes, got your whole basket full there.
So you'll be at the next meeting, but not the next two after that.
Correct. That's the plan so far. Children or grandchildren want to go a kink in it.
We go on a trip, yeah.
Head up to Maine.
Well, it makes northeast. You know, there's two places, of course, there's three places. I'd like to go to Alaska sometime, but I'd like to go northeast and northwest.
Never been to Maine. That's kind of a bucket list of mine, and I got a friend that thinks of living as an artist up there.
That's got, I've been to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, when I was back there for a track meet for the kids. I haven't been any further east than Pittsburgh.
Furthest east I've been to Niagara Falls, northeast. I was in West Virginia last year for a while. Always wanted to go to Maine.
Yeah, be some awful nice country. Of course, there's a nice country every place to look at.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's quite a few things in Kansas if you've never been out there to,
If you know where to go.
Near Ness City, I believe, they got, gosh, I'd have to look it up again and see the names they call those things. We got giant sandstones and cliffs, and it's pretty cool. Wayne looks like we made it all back.
Okay.
Didn't hold you at bay too long.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Since Angie put me at the end of the list, I just bought a whole pile.
Uh-oh, sorry to cut you off.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah, Angie, don't put me at the end of the list. There we go. Construction zone, and then I do have motions that I didn't have at the end of the week, but I thought, well, they're pretty simple, so I'd like to go ahead and move forward on those. So you don't have them in your book, but you will now. And I have some discussion points, and I have a few things for you to kind of think over. Auction list is one of them. So, and that would be the big equipment auction list that we've been talking about and working out.
Another one.
He wasn't lying when he said he brought a stack.
Yeah. Just, you know, once you get started on something, just sometimes it just continues to build. So, With that, I'll just go right into the engineer's report. No road permits, no zoning permits. One is to report, basically an inspection was done by KDHE on September 15th for the landfill. And notice of compliance and no violations was identified. Those are always good reports to have. The next one is, this is a motion. I asked Angie on this one too, is what I'm needing to do. We're in the middle of doing the drug test and physical as we do all new employees. But also too, is to be able to start them on the first of the month, which would be Friday, October 1. That way they would be eligible for insurance the following month, November. Okay. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and move forward, and this would be the office coordinator position that's been open due to resignation. And so what we're doing is asking for Hannah Carlson to fill that position at a 35-1 at 1763, and that should be part of your motions.
Do you have that CP2?
Yes.
That's fine, I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
And she'll be taking over the position of Heather.
Yes, sir.
Do any of the other ladies in your office report to her?
No.
I didn't think, I get what the,
Well, on the office coordinator, it wasn't. A office manager was another option, but we don't have that.
So this is a new hire to fill a vacancy?
That is correct.
So you brought this up here a while back, correct?
As far as being able to advertise and hire, yes.
So this position does not supervise anyone? If I remember right, when we hired Heather, we hired her as the office manager because she was gonna be over everyone else in the office, other than you.
Your new salary study, your new descriptions and all of that does not make this person basically in charge of other people as far as writing job descriptions or evaluations and such as that. So to say if they're in charge of them, no, they work with them. But your new salary study basically exempted that, or taking that out.
I think all those people in the office answer directly to you, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's where that chart shows,
Yes.
if I remember right.
This year. We change it again next year, so much as we change this stuff.
Change is good.
Sometimes.
Sometimes not.
So, the motion would be move to review and approve CP2 for Hannah Carlson, new hire for office coordinator, full-time, subject to regular IPP, wage classification 35.
-1,
Dash
I
one.
believe it's 1. They're not doing the letters, are they? They're just doing the numbers.
I thought it
The
was,
numbers.
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah,
That's
So it should be -1.
35-1, with a wage of $17.63, effective 10/1/21. Again, it's to fill a vacant position, not a new position.
That's correct.
And this is the one that resigned here not too long ago?
That's correct. Yeah. Tell you what, everybody's been doing double time here for the last couple of weeks, so. Doesn't hurt, does it, right? Okay. That's right. The next one is biannual bridge inspection.
You want a motion on that?
Oh, did you not finish that one?
No, I didn't.
didn't. Go ahead.
We.
No, let's please finish that one. Let's finish that one.
We were still discussing, making sure we knew she was replacing others, so.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. The next one is based on the recommendation of the county engineer and approval of the county attorney as to form, move to approve the proposal of B&G Consultants for the 2022 bridge, and biannual bridge inspection at $87.50 per bridge, and direct the county engineer to sign agreement for said professional services. These amounts should be paid from the special bridge fund.
I'm just checking the calendar dates. No, jump right.
Basically, you got no other bids.
Did you contact these three people? Because they've always been the ones that done it. You've contacted them all. And
Sent emails to all three?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Now, the one on that, if I
How does that
can,
compare-
oh, how's that compared to the last one?
Yeah, last year.
It was only $1 off.
Okay.
Yeah, $1 off.
Just- okay.
Dollar more. And just for, for discussion purposes, it does not cover the actual cost of doing the inspections. They try to get their feet in the door, by doing this. But one thing I'd like to bring up is the waive of formality as far as receiving the bid, okay? The bid was scheduled to be received on September the 22nd. The clerk's office stamped it September the 23rd, okay? Which is right. I mean, she's done everything that needs to be done. The postmark onto it is September the 7th. They had mailed this weeks in advance. It should have been here. But due to a issue on the mail side of things, it didn't get to the county until the day after. It's the only bid that we received, and so I'm asking that we waive that formality as far as receiving it and go ahead and accept basically the bid from DG Consultants. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Good old postal service.
post office has been worth a flip for the last 15 years.
Since you retired?
That's what he keeps claiming, but I don't know about that one. Yeah, nobody does.
I've had stuff be months and months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I would ask that we move forward on that one.
The only thing that I would state I would make them send it certified. That seems to cut the amount of hands that touch it when it goes certified. If you're putting a bid out for $22,000, what's an extra $5 or $10 for a certified piece of paper? And it sure seems to make a difference on it being delivered on time or not.
I'll definitely pass on basically the issue that we have, and then hopefully they'll take those measures next time. So, yes.
I mean, we waive that if there's supposed to be a motion on that. I guess we accept it. That's.
Well, yeah, I mean, it came
that's
after the fact, but there's no other bids, and, we probably ought to. So Jesse's moved that we waive the formalities on bidding, correct?
Yeah, you can waive the formalities as far as receiving the bid for the scheduled date of the 22nd, as the bid was received on the 23rd. I'm wanting to bring it up in open session, so it's recorded.
Okay.
And then as far as,
I mean, if we receive some other bids, there would be
that would,
a technical on there, but since there's no other bids, no harm, no foul, in my opinion.
if you want to do that one just to be part of the record, and you help us out on that, is that the way to say that motion, or?
So that was only 4 days ago it was received?
Should have been received last Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, what if somebody else shows up today?
And the postmark was when?
Postmark was the 7th. I would say it's beyond, I mean, they had attempted to try to get there because the postmark on the envelope.
Well, and somebody else still might show up mailing out the 7th and shows up the 27th.
Yes,
So what do you do in that?
it could happen, but
It could.
I guess, yeah. But since we've come to a commission meeting, we haven't received it up to that point. I'd say that's our
The
stopping
bid's
point.
closed.
I'd say so. That's a good point for argument, but
I'll second Jesse's.
Are we still waiting on verbiage, or are we good with that?
Do you want to include it in that whole same motion?
I guess we could.
Okay, so I'm just going to, let me finish this.
I'm sure we've asked this question before. Exactly 260 bridges. Exactly what qualifies for this evaluation to be done? Are these all concrete bridges or
no, sir.
or pipe bridges, or
They could be that as well.
it could be,
One is just a little discussion. Bridges are actually governed by the federal government. They are administrated by the state of Kansas. But you have all the waters as the federal waters and the state waters. And so they define a bridge as anything with a span opening of 20 feet or larger. And so low water crossings don't necessarily cover unless they have multiple pipes. You can have multiple pipes.
but your pipes wouldn't qualify either.
You can have multiple pipes basically together. By
So 3 or 4
parallel.
together qualifies for this study.
It could be, yes. You could have a bridge there. We have multiple bridges. We have concrete bridges. We only have one wood bridge, but we're replacing it now. But everything else is either a concrete bridge, laid up stone type abutment bridge. We have very few, but we do have a few that are corrugated decking on top of basically a steel beam that would have either gravel or asphalt. But the majority of them would be some type of concrete structure.
I'm just trying to get everything in there.
For this motion, couldn't the motion basically just say to accept the bids from BG Consultants as the only bid received? And if we have to work about our verbiage for others, then that probably should be something separate, shouldn't it? What we're gonna do with motions from here on. I mean, the motion itself is just with BG right now, it's.
I was just gonna add in there, move to waive the formality of receipt of the following bid of September 22nd, one day after the due date, September 23rd, due to delivery of the postal service, and the postmark is September 7th, and the only bid received, and based upon the recommendation of the engineer, go on with it. That way it's laid out by dates.
Yeah, I like that.
Right, give everything.
Yeah, I like that. Move.
Jesse moves,
I'll second.
Jim seconds. Any further discussion on this? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next one would be the groundwater monitoring. That would be at the landfill. Once again, it is required by KDHE that we have this. Our contract is out this year. So this would be for the 22-23 year.
So based, motion 2021-52, based upon the recommendation of county engineer and approval of the county attorney as to form, move to approve Blackstone Environmental Incorporated as best bid due to experience and site familiarity with Coffee County landfill in the total amount of $16,900 as per the request for proposal for 2 years of service, 2021 and 2022 for groundwater monitoring services. 2 events per year, the annual leachate monitoring, 1 event per year for the Coffee County landfill, and direct the county engineer to sign all documents related to the proposal to be paid from the solid waste fund. And actually there was 2 bidders and they were low bid anyway, so just FYI for the general public.
I'll make the motion.
A second.
Tim's moved, Don seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Hey, Wayne,
Yes, sir.
if you don't mind, effective date.
Yes. I'll change that. Thanks for catching it.
That was actually Andrea.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. It's just a change.
Oh, okay.
It'd be October 1.
Do you want us to write on there, or?
Yeah, it'd be fine, I think, this point. Okay, so that takes care of the motions. And actually, just for knowledge, information, that was the same bid that was turned in 2 years ago. 16,900, so Blackstone. Call outs, we had, 2 stop signs down on Sunday, call out, and it was 14th and Navy and Old Highway 50 and Homestead. So those are the call outs. Information, Angie and I have worked together to get the letter out to KDH or to KDHE as far as our closure, estimated closure costs. And it also went up to Phil, so Angie and I have been working through that one. You're gonna find, this was discussion way back in August, and this is about the oil distributor, and this was about that pump that needed to be replaced. Well, also too, is what they found is what damaged the pump was, actually there were some metal screenings, or what they thought was a metal screening. And so it went through the pump, damaged the pump, and then it also went through the system. So this is, when Van Keppel went up there and was fixing on it, they had to replace the pump, then obviously they had to flush the system and go through all of that. So you're gonna find in your vouchers, basically, a total cost of $16,409. There's no bid that goes with that, because Ettenauer, Van Keppel's the only one that works with Ettenauer. And so, just information, let you know on that one.
Why didn't the filtering system just stop that?
Well, we think it was in the tank somewhere or another. And so as it went through, we're not real certain, but the filters that we have, by far did not stop any of that material.
How the screen get in the tank though?
That's up for debate as well,
That's when they probably put oil in it.
but who would admit to that? We don't know. So without any evidence to basically pursue it, to say, did it come from the supplier or not, we have not heard anybody say that we had any problems with our supply.
No, really.
Could it have came from the pump itself?
It was put in the tank.
It was in.
How it was in the tank is the problem.
How to discover that?
Yeah.
The impulse thing.
Yeah. So that's where.
How
that's
come
where
there isn't
it's
a
at.
filter after that tank?
But we do have filters after, they're cone filters basically, but there's already stuff going through that pump before it gets there. Once it got to that pump, it just shredded everything, then sent it through the system, as I understood it.
So it comes from the tank to a filter to the pump, or from the tank to the pump through filters?
You're asking more information than I know at this point.
It sounds like it went, the filter's after the pump.
I mean, if
Perfect world, it'd be before the pump.
I'm sorry,
Perfect world, it'd be before the
it
pump.
ought to be in between.
Yeah.
They probably put it after it, that way it doesn't plug up the jets and everything.
I initially would think so, but, I mean, if we had a filter prior to it, then our filter failed.
Right.
And basically, it did not stop the material from coming through. So that's where I'm thinking we don't have a filter before the pump. But,
That may be something need to evaluate, maybe it could be put in.
but now you're dealing with the design of a piece of equipment that's been out there for years, so I'm not for sure why they don't have
I
that.
understand that.
Yeah, it could be a restriction as far as flow, but I don't know. I'm guessing.
We need to go on putting it into the tank.
All of those things are great ideas. We're gonna put you in the suggestion box for Van Keppel.
Well, I know on our tank side is when we plug into a pipe to pump product into a customer's bin, there is places they make us push through a screen filter. And
But it's in the hose, right?
it gets a PCGs mount right onto your pipe.
Yeah.
And then when they plug in from the tanker to you, it's already there. There's a strainer already there.
Right.
And if there's something in their tank that doesn't belong in your distributor, it gets caught right there.
Already burned out.
So that might be, I mean, that shouldn't be anything too, other than taking maybe a little more time to offload into the distributor.
But when we're taking, that loading system goes through the pump, basically by a hose. But where we're thinking it came through is actually through the top, through the tank.
So you guys fill it, you top fill it?
When we would go to basically supplier, there are times where we'll top fill it. And I believe that's where, I believe that's what was reported to me is where.
Do you use your own trailers to shuttle to the dispenser to use the,
No, we'll take say if we're gonna get just a small amount of material, either tack or something of that nature, we'll drive up to Kansas City or,
with
El
your
Dorado.
tanker trailers?
well, with our distributor.
Distributor.
Yeah, so as it's able to go on the road, we'll drive it up, get the oil. But otherwise, it's offloaded on site, which is in the county, it's offloaded that way.
But it's still top filled. When it comes from the 6,000 gallon tanks to your distributor,
That
it is
is,
top filled.
that is hose filled through it,
That's hose filled.
yes. Yeah. They'll
There's where you can-
connect that one up and pump. I believe.
Does it pump from the trailer to the truck, or does
It'll
it?
pump from the trailer to the truck through the spigot, I believe. But once again, I would really have to be 100% certain. I'd have to do more research on that, because I haven't studied it to that detail.
$16,000, we want to make sure it don't happen again if we can avoid it.
Right.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The other one, just another point of discussion. I filled out the cost share application, and we had several letters as well, and I appreciate the folks that had done the letters. This is a cost share that I've been doing for the last couple of years. This is the deacceleration lanes along 75 highway that we've talked about, things that we felt that we were gonna have a good chance. Mark wrote a letter, Eric Smith wrote a letter, Doug Jones has wrote a letter, and then also Jared from EMS had wrote a letter. So all those folks were very nice and wrote a letter for support for the program. Why I'm wanting to bring this up too is they only have, the maximum was $1 million on that. As it continues on, prices continue to go up, different things like that. I just want to let you know that I went for, you'll still have an opportunity to say yay or nay. Okay, so, but in my application, I went almost $500,000 towards that application, towards that grant. They would cover $1 million. So I matched it. I matched more than the 25%. It was almost 27%, but for the total cost. So just give you some ideas. But once again, if we are lucky enough, and that we did it, it's very competitive. But if we are lucky enough, you'll still have an opportunity to say if you want it or not, based on those estimates. But one of the things that really we need to fix, and I know it's in the city, but we really need to fix, is right there at Dollar General. That definitely needs to be lengthened, and then we also need to have a sidewalk. I'm not for sure if a sidewalk got there or not, but we really need to improve that area as it leaves the city. So just information, we did fill it out, and so it's sitting there, and hopefully by November, we may hear some good news. So, if not, we'll apply again. Here we go. These are the auction items. The big equipment that we talked about, things that we'd like to look at, Purple Wave or Big Iron. There is no motion at this point. I just want to give you an opportunity to look them over, and then in a couple of weeks, we can talk about it, how you want to basically dispose of them. Because as Andy's working up the auction for the county, if you see anything on this list that you say, well, I'd rather have this in the auction for the county versus Purple Wave or Big Iron, then that's going to give you an opportunity to look at it. So one of the items, or how the sheet is made up, is this simple one is just the auction list itself. It's the same equipment that you see on the spreadsheet. Okay, it's the same equipment, but on the spreadsheet, James and Jeff had went beyond and actually have looked at internet pricing, and you can see the internet pricing from Big Iron and internet pricing from Purple Wave to try to match the best we could with the equipment comparable. And so, that's what you're gonna see on that spreadsheet. So those last couple columns, one gives you the purchase price, what we purchased it from, or purchased it, and then also the internet price from Big Iron and internet price from Purple Wave. Once again, I'm not asking for any decisions, but I just want to give you some information to work with. And Big Iron's commission rates over in the box on the left-hand corner. But Purple Wave, as I understand it, charges the commission to the buyer. So there's no upfront charge. The other columns or rows down here about towards the bottom, those pieces of equipment, what we're looking at there is actually trade-in when we're purchasing, just some, I guess best way to say it, food for thought. When we're in the process of purchasing other equipment, we're considering these items to basically be some of the trade-ins to reduce the initial purchase cost. Nothing you have to decide on at this point, but once again, just talking points, give you something to look at and keep going.
You know, just look at this first of all, the thing that really stands out is that Summit truck, that International, only 6 years old, paid $154 for it, it's only worth 8 or 9. Is that the truck we had?
No engine.
I'm sorry?
No engine, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. No engine on that one, Don.
That's a truck we had an issue with here a few months ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's just scrap.
Kind of figured it was, but that's a huge drop in value.
We did take the bed off of it, right?
Yes, that's for scrap, yes.
I just want to confirm that that's what we're talking about.
I shouldn't use scrap, we made use of the bed.
That's a pretty good hit in 6 years, so.
What'd that bed cost? 16,000?
Off the cuff, I'd say you're in the ballpark.
Which it was metal, it was a steel bed, right, barrel bed?
Yes.
So it's probably worth 20 or 25,000
It's
now.
still a value to us. We don't
Yes.
try to, if we saw value in it, so we took off what we could.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's how we did that truck, so we,
How was the brakes on, how was the tires on that truck?
without doing the inspection, I couldn't tell you.
That's what I was
If there
wondering.
are any good tires, we'll scrap things off and move things around. It makes no sense to keep anything good that we're gonna utilize.
Was that an automatic transmission?
Most of them are, but you're asking me more details than I would have.
So do you have other Navstar trucks with automatic transmissions in them?
I believe most of our fleet is automatic transmissions.
Maybe it might be a smart thing to maybe, if you haven't already, pull that transmission and hold it. How many miles was on this truck? Less than 100,000, wasn't it?
Not very much. Yeah, you see 130,000.
130,000. I know those automatic transmissions are about $12,000.
And we can definitely, hold that one off the auction and just, continue to scrap off of it. There's no, that could definitely be one of your talking points in a couple of weeks if you'd like, is to say, well, we'd like you to do this. And then, take a look at the rest of the equipment as well. So if you would use that,
I would see no reason to put the $150 and $50 one on any one of them. I think that should be in the county auction. It's a chain hair and a trailer.
Yeah.
Locals could probably, if that's what we're looking at that price, I would say let's try to get that out to some of the taxpayers.
I think that's an excellent point. So it's those things there, when you see that list, is to say, oh, my time's up. Only caught it when he was laughing.
I didn't realize
Oh,
you had-
man, I still got half the stack.
I didn't realize you had time on you.
Yeah, you did.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. I've been standing for 30 minutes. I'm gonna have to get a high chair.
It was only supposed to be 10.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Worst of it, our agenda doesn't have a tail inlet. That's the worst
Well,
of it.
see, that's open-ended. See, that's really nice. So, yeah. So please look at those, mark them. Bob, as you mentioned, there's several items there would probably be better in the county auction. Just let us know, because the next thing I'd like to do is, once we've had that discussion, is come back with a motion, and I would have to list each one of those pieces of equipment in that motion to dispose of by internet sale. And so that's the idea here, so we can define what we want to sell off the internet.
There is a local gentleman I just had the privilege of meeting here in the last few weeks that does just that. It's what you're talking about, online auction of equipment.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to give him this information, give him the opportunity, I don't.
Said he's local.
There,
I think
a couple of years ago, can't remember his last name, first name Jeff, moved out there by Smith. He does online auction services of equipment, so he does.
I,
I know you.
If you offer it out to one, you may need to offer it out to other auctioneers in the area.
Well, if they do equipment.
Yeah,
I mean,
right, correct.
Maybe,
Well, this,
it was just a thought.
him and Big Iron and Local Wave are a whole different kind of ballgame than a local auctioneer.
Yeah. The online auction stuff is,
It's a whole
as
different.
far as equipment, it's a new video anymore from the way I understand it, so. It was just a thought. I just happened to just recently meet him.
and once again, that would be great, be good discussion, and then, once again, I would have to have the motion that would include the equipment, and then who would actually be doing the auction. So if you use somebody that's local,
And he may not even be interested, I might present it to him if it's okay, or
I think I have an extra copy.
I'll just take this one here.
Oh, here's the next one, just in case.
Okay.
Okay.
I reset the timer.
Double time.
5 minutes.
Faster clock probably too. Striping, we've been challenged this year, as you know, with equipment breakdown, to try to get all the chip seal, and we're doing fog seal now. We do have the scrub seal down, but we've had to skip a couple locations, but at least one in particular is Trefoil Road. We had to skip Trefoil from Waverly South to 22nd. And the reason why we skipped it is for time. Two is that was an asphalt that was put down, hot mix asphalt that wasn't down that long. So the preferred method is to go ahead and chip seal the year after we hot mix to provide that seal. But if we miss it, it's not to say it's the worst thing. So 4 miles of that was actually skipped this year, and I don't see where we're going to get back to that. Not with the temperatures, and we changed over from chip seal to fog seal. And so we're going to try to fog seal everything that we have according to the plan. What I'd like, just information I'd like to do is just take phone quotes, because it won't be much more than approximately, it'd be less than the 10,000. But on 12th Road, there's a section of it that is not part of the striping contract, and that's from Emmer Road to Iris. And so since we've already done the fog seal on those two, on the basically from Emmer Road to Angus, we also did the fog seal, well, not the fog seal, the scrub seal. We did the scrub seal on 12th Road from Emmer to Angus. We did the scrub seal from Iris to the city limits, Burlington. What I'd like to do is go ahead and stripe that, clean that all up, and put fresh stripes from the city limits of Burlington all the way to Angus. So that would include 4 miles that I did not have part of my striping contract, okay? I cannot add that to my striping contract. Okay, that's a no, can't do that.
Does this striping contract include restriping Old 50 from Fauna to Angus?
No, it does not. See, the thing is on a contract, when we enter into a contract, I can only adjust anything that's part of the contract. If it's an add-on to the contract, it has to be purchased a different way. It has to be purchased according to our purchasing policy. So I've already have phone quote for Old Highway 50, the white lines that we've already talked about, and that was $1,000 a mile. And that was from Fauna to Angus. And that was just the white lines. So we already have that. That's a different contract. It's not part of the striping contract. It can't be part of the striping contract. So the next one, just for discussion, is I'd like to go ahead and do the striping for the 4 miles that we do not have part of the striping contract. And that would be, once again, from Emmer to Iris. And so that would be phone quotes again, because I believe it's gonna be under the $10,000. So that's just a discussion point, unless you're saying, no, don't want it. We'd like to go ahead and add that one. As far as our,
You're already there making it. I say you might as well make it all.
they're, and they should be here about the mid of October at this point.
Same company doing both the others.
The phone quote on that one haven't made yet,
No,
but most likely,
the Highway 50 quote, same as this company.
yes, sir.
30.
Straight line striping. And then the phone quote on this next section, call out, but we generally don't get a lot of interest because we're so far away, probably. Not well.
And it's not very long.
And it's not very long, not very long at all. Oh, my goodness. Done.
You are? Amazing. No,
What time?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm just messing with you on the other one.
that's all.
Yeah,
I like it.
You haven't heard our new timer go on.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
How's the money going up northwest?
Well, our policy is October the 15th or that week, to start mowing back, but we have started mowing back. But yes, we'll be covering that.
Oh, I meant to ask you, what happened there on Ever Road, those two bridges just north of 12? You're on, there's two potholes, one on each side of the bridge.
North of 12th?
Or south, excuse me.
South of 12th. Well, those were the two bridges we had the
It's
overlay
actually
on.
just the first bridge, south of 12th on Emer.
Yeah, those are the ones that we had, basically the deck, the overlay on the deck.
And those
Follow.
potholes are
Beyond those, but those are also the ones that basically we had to mill down to get to that elevation because there was material on that bridge deck. And then as we milled down, basically what we're finding or found is the subgrade, the thickness of the asphalt is just right there on the subgrade. So those potholes, without giving you I just been there yesterday's report, will be repaired to make them stable. If that means that, and what that would mean
I didn't
is,
know why they worked out the way they did. I mean, it seemed like it's just on the northbound lane too.
yeah. Well,
Or the ridge one right after.
I think what I recall is when we did the milling on both approaches to the bridge is where we found that the asphalt and the subgrade, it was not very thick.
Okay.
And so, keeping in mind, there was about 2 to 3 inches of hot mix asphalt over the bridge. And so, that's what took place.
Okay.
So we're dealing with subgrade issues that, once the guys get done with the, fog seal, if it hasn't been repaired, it will be repaired shortly thereafter.
I was curious what went on.
We have had a few phone calls from our people in the Leroy area because we're doing public brush control back to the.
Was that
to
boom
the
mower?
brush hog.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned to them, you know, to me, it's totally a maintenance program. And I realize it makes everything look a little tough for a year or two until it gradually goes out. But if we don't have a maintenance program in place, in 10 or 15 years, we're gonna be in there with chainsaws cutting them out, or else we're gonna be in there with big equipment removing stuff. And they seem to accept that answer. So, just thought I'd let you know, I've had more than a few phone calls really, but I think they understood after I kind of explained it to them. Because there are a lot of quite a bit of brush in our area that does need to be brushed back, so.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I just thought I'd bring you an update that I've had a few phone calls.
Well, I appreciate you passing that on to them as well,
To me,
explaining.
to me, it's a true maintenance program. Doing it now is a lot less expensive than doing it at a later date when bigger equipment's got to be involved, more man hours got to be involved and everything else.
We got a limitation on that. I mean, once those limbs get over a certain amount, it's gonna be tough to take off without a chainsaw.
And I understand their feelings. It makes it a little bit tough looking for a year or two.
It looks a little rough, but it does grow out. You don't notice it within a year or two. Janet and Katie has done an excellent job on that. They're going out, not just in the Leroy area, but throughout the whole county,
I didn't know
and
where
been
to
very
go.
aggressive.
I didn't know he was doing that in districts, you know, Southeast County for this year and Southwest next year. I didn't know what your procedures were, but they haven't done much in our area now for a few years, and they're working on a lot of stuff right now.
They are rotating around, but they've done quite a bit of work down in the Gridley area. And so,
When you get south of Gridley, there's quite a bit of stuff down on those creek banks and stuff.
it helps out
Some of those
tremendously.
roads down in there need, I'm not saying that to be negative, there's quite a bit of stuff needs to be looked back, like there is in Leroy.
When you have over 980 some miles of gravel roads, I mean, it's a lot to cover
Yeah.
with only one boom mower.
Yeah.
But she's making quite a bit of difference, throughout the county on this. She's been very aggressive onto it. There's been training as well. Jeff's had training, with them as far as even the folks from Machete, I believe, that came out and discussed it, how they could basically use the boom mower, utilize it. And it's been making a big difference. I mean, when you can open up that right of way and you can peel back those branches, those trees, it makes a big difference as far as traffic safety, also equipment safety, knocking things off the equipment, you would hear, combines and different things like that.
But it's something that needs to be done, it's a good program,
Yes.
but we haven't done as much of this in Leroy areas. That's what's going on right now, so.
Katie is knocking it down. She's
If I
doing a
get more
great
phone
job.
calls, I'll take care of it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking too good. That takes care of the agenda.
Have a good day.
We can do roundtable before we go into checks and vouchers, and then I suggest we break for lunch. When we get back to roundtable, come back to time checks and vouchers. You have something you want to share with us? You want us to go through first and come back to you?
Go through first, come back to me.
Angie?
I don't have anything that I can think of right now, so.
Nothing today.
Jesse?
I received a letter, from Chris Thompson from Hartford. I guess it was okay to say that. Pleasant Township Cemetery Board. He is resigning as of 12/31/21.
Sounds like we need to find someone else. Is that correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, yeah, they'll usually, either recommend someone to put them on, or, and then we'll. Well, that's township. I'll have to look at cemetery board.
Do you like this letter?
Sure.
Okay.
I think we need that too, actually.
He actually, I thought he did actually Bailey too, though.
Do what?
I thought he actually was on Bailey Cemetery Board too.
I think that's the only thing that I had.
Okay.
Oh, what are we doing, with, relocation of Heidi? For the, zoning?
I was hoping to maybe discuss that with you all. Maybe in an executive for 10-15 minutes. You're short of.
I try to remember things that.
Thank you, thank you.
Have
Yeah,
passed.
we've been kicking that one down the road for quite a while.
Right.
Probably need to get it remedied, so. Bob, you got anything?
Nothing.
Were you done?
Yes.
Nothing.
Bob, nothing. Dawn?
Just a brief update. I attended the Southeast Kansas County Official Association meeting last week in Iowa. 17 counties only had 17 commissioners there. I thought it might be more well attended than what it was. Our Carla Tyson talked about the SB 13. We know the tax levy's been eliminated. In place of it's a revenue deal, SB 13. And she said there's a lot of cleanup that's got to be done on that. Hopefully this next session of legislature takes place, they'll kind of get on top of that. The KAC meeting coming up, third week in October. They were expecting 200 officials from counties throughout the state to attend that. The reservation's already over 300. They're not sure how much more that's going to go, but they're very pleased with the turnout, and hopefully the topics that they will be discussing, evidently is bringing more people out. And I haven't seen all the topics, or if I have, I forgot about it. But I was hoping there might be a few more officials from the 17 counties, but, you know, there was probably 100 people there total. We had 8 or 10 from Coffee County, had several of our department heads there. Derek Smith, the county attorney, or state attorney general, spoke, as well as David Tolan, the Secretary of Commerce, but it was in an atmosphere in an old community building, probably 100 years old. The audio wasn't very good, so we wasn't able to hear everything that was being talked about. But I sat next to our Ryan Durst. I sat next to Jerry Halfway, Allen County attorney, and 3 different sheriffs. And so the 5 of us had quite a bit of discussion going on. So it was a good day.
Good deal. Good deal. I'm sorry I had to miss that one.
Yeah. It
I like
ended up being a good day, even though you couldn't hear all of it. That's all.
We have a pre-bid on our HVAC system Wednesday at 1, am I correct, Andrea?
Yes.
And they're gonna do it down here. The engineer, a person from the engineering firm will be here to meet any contractor that wishes to do a walkthrough on the pre-bid. I did request Andrea and Barb be here. Just for the fact, Barb got a key to the building, or to doors that they may need in to look at different parts of the system. I know I'm supposed to go to Lynn County with Dawn, I don't have to, but I guess just FYI, we need to have a commissioner here, or are you guys content with what's set up?
I'm content with what's set up, but I mean, if
It
you
did,
think-
it did reach out on the internet, if you will, as far as advertising for bids. It's on 2, 3, 4, I believe, construction data services websites. I do know one contractor has already pulled plans so far from the website that I am familiar with, so. And I haven't looked at it up to date to see if there's been others, I'm sure there probably has. They reach out to quite a few people, or quite a few contractors. So the pre-bid will be Wednesday, then the bid is 13th, I believe, of October.
Yes.
And then they're talking about opening them on the 19th, and I won't be here. With the 19th is, I might remove it to the 19th. I'm correcting my dates. I'm not-
That is, the date's correct, I'm not sure what day of the week it is offhand.
Pardon me?
That is the correct date, I'm just not sure what day of the week that is offhand, but that's.
So I won't be here. I'm just making sure somebody would be to open those bids. And they're gonna deliver them to the clerk's office so that they can be stamped and dated at the time they're received. And
What day you said it was?
pardon me?
Andrea will be here, won't she?
I'll be here.
Isn't she the isn't she our maintenance person, leader?
Yeah, I just make sure you guys don't want a commissioner available.
If she's available, I don't think we need a bird dogger on here.
Okay.
No.
I'll be here.
No, I'm sure she's capable of that.
Between her and Barb, I'd say they got it under control.
But like I say, the clerk's office will receive the bids if they can stamp them, and then show them being opened on the 18th, excuse me. So,
So we'll open them during session.
I was thinking of the 19th and 19th.
On the
Yes.
18th.
yes,
Now, that's a certain time, is it not?
at 9 a.m. So basically, after you do the flag, salute, you let open.
Right after the flag salute.
30 minutes. or
That's the same day we got the KAC meeting starting in Overland Park.
Hmm.
Which we always go there late or not even get there till Tuesday morning.
Is there rooms for that Monday night?
Yes.
I know, what Andrea sent me here 2 months ago, there's rooms at night. So, Mr. Chairman, one thing I overlooked, when we had our justice meeting 2 weeks ago in Burlington, the Lyon County Sheriff was there. Of course, I'd talked to him 2 weeks ago about what they were doing over there. and their project's over half done, hopefully be completed by March. And he invited me to come over as well as other commissioners. So I did talk to our Sheriff Tom Johnson, and we're set up Wednesday to go over to Lynn County to look at the progress in their, I think there's a 96 bed jail, I think. And Tom and I were set up for it. And Tom Johnson's going, Eric's going, my understanding Wade's going, and talked about the other commission, and I know Wade would prefer maybe not all of us be together for a full day at one function, so absolutely didn't mean to leave anybody out. To just give you a brief update, you know, we are set to go over there Monday, and I haven't talked to Tom this week, Tom Johnson. I haven't talked to him this week what time we're leaving.
Wednesday,
What time we're going. Are you still planning on going to Lynn County?
again, unless something arises, yes, I'm going.
So you're still planning on going with us, Wade?
You initially said Lyon County.
I did, pardon, but it is Lynn County
Lynn County.
at Mound City. I apologize for that correction.
So I guess just to address this with the other commissioners, I mean, I'd rather see another meeting or another time when other commissioners go, so that everybody, if they want to, has the opportunity to go and view what's going on in Lynn County. But for all the commissioners to go at one time, I get a little, I mean, I don't think it's prohibited, but the optics of it always looks bad, and then people may say, well, you're having a meeting and you're talking about it, discussing it, that kind of thing. So I think the better practice would be to go back and if you want to go, let me know, and we'll set it up to where.
And I don't have to go Wednesday if somebody really wants to go or has the time to go Wednesday, they can sure take my spot. I can go at any time.
I think the sheriff was taking the point on this, and I didn't know who was going, actually, until last week. I had been contacted about going 2 weeks ago on a Wednesday, and I wasn't available. So coordinating the schedule with the Lynn County Sheriff and everybody here, I think that's sort of why it's just come up, but Wednesday is the day, as far as I know.
I'd just soon hit another day until it gets closer down the road to the winter time. I'm gonna slow down a little bit, I hope.
I could hit another day. If anybody got the want or the time to do it Wednesday, I don't have to go. I'm kind of like Desi, when it starts raining, it's wintry, I slow down quite a bit, but I make time if I need to, so.
Speaking of the Justice Center, I mean, just so, I don't think there's anything new or any new progress on that front, as far as I know. Need to figure out location. So once location is established, I will tell you, I've had several people stop me and talk to me about the number of beds. And I think that will be another topic that will have to be discussed and determined. If this project is to move forward, does Coffee County need 80 beds? Do they need 50? Can you go with 50 and then with the ability to add on later? And all these things need to be laid out so that the questions that the public has, say, if, for example, New Strawn is the next special meeting, that those questions can be answered. And we don't have to say, well, we'll write down your question and we'll address it at a later time. And this is a fluid situation, so that when people start asking questions about why do you need this or what does this look like, they can be answered at a special meeting or in an open session like this, which I think is the appropriate time and place for those questions to be asked and answered. So that's just kind of where we are.
My biggest thing is, I think we discussed, or we visited here a while back about somebody was building a 100-bed, and it was costing $12 million? Who was that? Was that me and you?
I forget the exact number, but wasn't that over in Missouri?
I don't know, but I mean, I look at on down the road, if we go back to 50 beds, and then 20 years down the road, we need to add 25 more beds to it, it's gonna cost as much to add the 25 beds then as what it costs to do the 50 now. I mean, that's my only, that's what I want people to understand out in the public, that you're gonna have to undo quite a bit of stuff you've already done if you add 25 or 30 beds onto the 50 bed later on down the road, and it's gonna cost just as much, if not more. That's what the whole cotton picking thing costs right now to do it now.
At the rate of inflation.
And we might not have the money 20 years from now either.
And I think both of you bring up good points, but those are the things that, when it comes down to the nuts and bolts, need to be explained to the citizens of Coffee County, why 80 beds versus 50 beds is the way to go. And someone who can maybe make those projections. The issue with the special meeting, and one of the things that was brought up is, the revenue that would potentially be generated by having 80 beds, and would Coffee County be able to sustain that population by bringing in and housing inmates from other counties? And, on paper it looks good, but is that something that can happen? Can that help pay for the facility?
Return on investment.
But at the same time, those detention specialist projections that project in 2030 or 2040, whenever that is, that the average daily population in the Coffee County Jail will be 77.6 with a max of 116. I mean, those are projections. And are they, I've had several people stop me and ask me and say, well, how do you project that far in advance? And that's what is going to happen, especially if the plant closes down, especially if the population continues to dwindle. You don't. They're projections. And I don't have an answer, but I know that something needs to happen, and it needs to happen sooner rather than later. Now, that's up to the voters and the taxpayers to make that decision. Each of you commissioners and as a whole is in a very important position moving forward for Coffee County and making the decisions regarding what this project looks like and how it will go and how many beds and that type of thing. Whether it's just the sheriff's department and jail, whether it includes the court and the prosecutor's office, those are all things that you get to decide. I can continue to operate as a prosecutor in our current setup, but you can put Band-Aids on what we have right now. And those who've been in our current jail, who see how the district court operates and how close, where you bring inmates down the corridor, pass right by the clerk's office, pass right by the courtroom. And I think it's not, it needs to be fixed. There needs to be a better design. What that looks like, that's somebody else's decision to make, but something has to give at some point. So.
I visited with Sheila out at Cloud County, which is Concordia, a couple of weeks ago. They just constructed an 81 bed facility. And I don't recall now whether it included everything, but 81 beds in 2014. At that time, they were having 20 county inmates. And now that inmate locally has jumped up to 30 to 32 on a pretty regular basis. But right now they're housing approximately 95 to 100 all the time. because of the demand for outside. And that is Cloud County.
Did she say what?
They've already said they've already said they underbuilt in 7 years. So every situation is gonna be a different.
Did she say what that cost them?
That was 2014, probably pretty cheap.
5.9.
5.9 million, and they had.
5.9 for 10 years bond, and I think it was jail only, but I could stand to be corrected. I'll have to look at my notes for jail, but they got a lot of, and Goldberg did the deal on that, and they've just run into some issues with the construction. In 7 years, they're tearing their whole roof totally off, redoing all the insulation. They don't know exactly how much more underneath, how many rafters or trusses are going to have to replace, and all, so they're just now reissuing another $1 million to cover the update. So every situation is a little bit different. That's 5.9 for 81 beds. And right now, they got 95 to 100 inmates on a daily basis.
And 30 was in county.
I'm sorry?
30 of them was county.
30 to 35 now, was about 20, 25, and it's increased, just 30 or 40% in the last 7 years. So it's one of those deals, to me, it's gonna be impossible to project everything.
Yeah.
It's all speculation.
Well, everybody I talk to talks about the 50 to 80 bids too. I mean, do we really need 80? Let's do 50 or whatever. Then you also get the argument, what are you gonna do when Wolf Creek goes away? Well, I've done a little bit of research on some of that. I mean, we got a license till 2045. It takes like 20-some years to decommission the power plant as it is. So not all that valuation goes away immediately, not to mention more decades before you can actually do away with the spent fuel rod facility. So there's always gonna be value out there. Is it gonna be what it is now? Who knows? And even in 20 years down the road, I mean, technology may, that we could have a nuclear reactor that big or some sort of power supply, Anyway.
I mean, as I've said all along, it's investing in the future. It just depends on how locally the citizens want to invest in the future. And that's up to them looking forward.
And to be honest, I mean, if Wolf Creek did go away today, I mean, that's what I hear, Wolf Creek went away today. Well, you're not gonna have a lot of things that you got right now. If Wolf Creek goes away today.
Don, have a question. On Lynn County, do you have any of the commissioners gonna tour it with you?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any other commissioners at Lynn County gonna walk through with you?
Not to my knowledge. Tom and I was one that was going originally. Now Tom's got another deal possibly Wednesday, but can't think of the sheriff's name. He just invited me over. I talked to him quite a bit when he was standing talking to Tom after our meeting the other night. And he encouraged us to come over 2 weeks ago, because that's when they were bringing a crane in to drop all the iPods in. And that's been done now. But their construction time is to be completed in March of 22. So they're still quite a ways from being finished. And he just encouraged us to come over and visually see what's going on during the construction process. But all the pods should be dropped in now.
Sheriff Friend is the sheriff.
Okay, I couldn't remember the sheriff's name.
Yep.
So right now, nobody's going. I talked to Tom the other day, last Wednesday or Thursday, to make sure it was still going on. And then, and of course, that's when Wade said it might be better if just 2 of us went. And Tom said, I'll take a gobble of pictures. And so hopefully we can bring back a lot of pictures, a lot of information. Then we can always go over later, if that's our choice.
We'll see if we can't reach out to some of the commissioners there and see if they want to join us.
Might be good. It might be good just to
It'd be
know
good.
how their headache, what their headache has been.
It'd be good if some, and I didn't quite follow, it'd be good if some of their commissioners were there.
It'd be good to have, bring up different things.
We're still around table. I need to give Andrea a shot before I go back to you.
Yep.
I just have one thing this morning. a bid that Cook's Plumbing had done back in January for the sewer line that I passed it out this morning. It doesn't have to be decided on anything, just for information on a bid that they had previously put in. And Angie said at that time they did scope the building. Sorry, Cook's.
On the jail.
Yeah, when they were talking about scoping before, Cooks did scope, and that's how they came up with this. We said it's about a 3-foot section down there. Because when we were asking how big of a section, they would have to do about a 3-foot section down there, which is a hairline crack in that sewer piping, which had been put on hold at the time, looking into the judicial center. But if that's something that this could turn into a major problem after the sewage issue and dispatch, I didn't know if this was something that you wanted to take a look at for now to see if you wanted to go ahead with the work that.
I don't think we have an option. I think we have to go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
But the bid was in January 20th, so. I'm sure
Shannon said the
that-
bid would stay the same.
She did?
It
Okay.
Cooks.
Good.
how thick is it, you said?
Over a foot.
I'm sure it's at least.
Really? Well, I say we can't let the jail go down.
No,
I mean, we gotta spend
we don't want that happening again.
$4,300, you know?
It doesn't matter what we do, that has to be fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys just had me wait earlier this year after we got the bid, because you wanted to
Yeah.
get things on.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, let's, I agree, proceed.
I say we do it.
And they get in there, they may discover more than what we already are aware of.
A good possibility.
So we got to respect, if they discover that, we got to respect that price is going to go up.
Yeah.
Well,
It's so-
I
see what it did.
Go ahead, Bill.
I think it's good to use local business if possible.
Anything else, Andrea?
Yep, that was it for me.
Okay. We will proceed with Cook's bid then.
So,
Your turn.
so let's make sure, we've talked about this bid and it's from January 20, 2021, but what exactly it entails, because you all have it in front of you. but
Oh, that is true.
The public doesn't, and then I want to make sure I find the section in the policy manual that allows the county to bypass its bid procedure out of necessity, because this is,
It's a necessity.
and I think for transparency purposes, that needs to be made clear. So,
Well, it's cast iron replacement bid is what it is. It's in the basement by the lift station. Bids includes 4-inch PVC pipe and fittings, cast iron cleanouts, hot saw, jackhammer, cement blades, cement, rebar, rock, and labor. So they gotta remove some concrete to get to the area that's in question, knowing it'll be somewhat exploratory surgery, hopefully not, but
Pray for the best.
I mean, do we? I don't know how else to word this. I mean, I don't want to project his price in case somebody thinks we ought to send this out for bid, because then we're kicking the can down the road again here.
No,
So, I mean,
It's
it's under 10,000.
Under 10.
So,
To me, it's just a maintenance project.
okay, well then that's fine. I'm just making sure nobody wanted to head that direction, so.
I just want to make sure it was out there so that there weren't any issues.
Okay, so the actual cost, an estimated cost is $4,300. That's what we're gonna proceed with that. And again, even though it was submitted in January, Andrea said she did talk to Shannon, and they're gonna honor that bid at that price, which I thought was
Very kind.
very kind, so. Now it's your turn, Wade.
So I guess briefly to discuss in an open session, I'll call it the space issue within this courthouse. And it was mentioned earlier about Heidi from the zoning and subdivision administrator needing a location to set up shop within this courthouse. And I think for public information, that discussion maybe at its cursory level needs to take place right here so that the citizens know that, the space issues that we talked about, that have been talked about related to the Justice Center are real and do exist here within this courthouse. So at a very basic level, the zoning administrator has now been relocated to the courthouse and now trying to figure out what office has availability. Is there an office? Is there a location for this person to set up what they need to get the job done right? And not only taking that into consideration, also taking into consideration for the zoning administrator, the need for the public to come in and meet with that individual when they're requesting to have their case go in front of the board or the zoning board. So is there available space in this courthouse? If so, where? And I'm not sure the public is aware, even the commission's administrative assistant is sitting in a conference room in the courthouse because there's no space available. I mean, I don't think that's been stressed enough to the outside that space in this courthouse is and will continue to be an issue. So I don't know if you want to take that a step further. There had been conversations in the past about taking a maintenance closet and emptying it and putting someone in there, which I don't think that is the answer. So I open it up for your discussion and comments related to that. It's not just the zoning administrator, the subject matter, it's a space issue, and where are people gonna go? What are the options? Are there options?
There are. Jesse brought it up at round table and I'd said that we ought to, because I do have a place in mind, but we haven't approached that entity as of yet.
Sure.
To not complicate it, but I mean, if it's a minimal use, we can put it to use. I'd like to do so.
Right.
And if there's stuff that needs stored that's in that place, they can come down here to the broom closet.
Yeah.
But let's say that's not a viable option for whatever reason, then what are other options? Are there any other options? I just wanted to be clear to.
Can we put a tiny house on the roof?
Container out in the parking lot.
Well, the thing of it is, for me, this is Coffee County's courthouse. We represent somewhat Coffee County. I would think we could place that individual kind of wherever we deem necessary, for lack of better terminology. I'm not trying to be forceful or rude, just if there is a space that is somewhat available, we should be able to do that.
Sure. So, I mean, the big picture though is space within the courthouse, and
Yeah, it's limited.
the more employees that are needed within the courthouse, if somebody, you add another layer to a department, somebody needs an additional employee, and where are they gonna go?
Maybe some people don't really remember, maybe it's forgotten. I mean, while we got the general public and we're on that path that with Wayne's retirement coming up, we're moving Heidi in the direction of Bobby Skipper, so there's the reason to relocate her to the courthouse. So, just to reiterate why we're doing this.
And maybe to even back up a step further, is the administrative assistant was historically within the county attorney's office, but the staff within the county attorney's office needed to expand due to job duties and responsibilities, and that sort of allowed the administrative assistant to move elsewhere. And that conversation before I even made the request had been okayed by the administrative assistant at that time, but we've had Andrea ping pong around from a different office within the courthouse to different office, and now is set up temporarily in a conference room. So it's not like that issue is going to go away anytime soon. Eventually, Andrea is going to need to have her own office instead of a temporary office in a conference room. And for that matter, each time this board goes into executive session, those in economic development have to leave that room, because that's the conference room where this board goes in and has their executive sessions. So it's not something that's going to go away anytime soon. And one of the issues I think on the outside is what's wrong with the space you have. Well, that's one of the issues with the space we have. So that's really all I had about that since.
Well, as years go by, you have to add more filing cabinets to store files, and it's, eventually you're gonna need, if you did build a new jail facility, it could be the archive room, so to speak. There's lots of possibilities.
So,
but yeah, I wouldn't mind getting it remedied today if we could. So I think Jesse agrees.
We've kicked it down the road long enough.
Yeah.
Any more questions or comments related to, I'll call it the space issue? All right. So I will request a 20-minute executive session for commission and myself to recess for consultation with the county counselor to discuss ongoing pending county litigation for matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client exception to Kansas Open Meetings Act 75, KSA 75-4319 B2.
20 minutes?
20 minutes, and if we need more, then I'll request.
Still moved. Second.
Collins moved, Jesse seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We're going into 11:56.
You said 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
You said 20 minutes.
Andrea, we're gonna have Brad, my battery's gone sometime.
Oh, okay.
They're over there on the court. Dawn does. They're in the little cubby hole by the right side of the court.
Oh. Is there something?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see, okay. Sorry.
That's all right. It's the last one.
I didn't know he had one set.
Put the empty box on his desk. Yeah.
Dawn needs it.
We are back.
This short, I'll catch it. Oh, we'll hit you with it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
90 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So I need to request another 20-minute executive session, myself, the board, consultation with the county counselor to discuss potential county litigation related to county policy for matters being privileged under the attorney-client relationship, same one as last time, KSA 754319B2.
20 minutes.
20
I'll
minutes.
make the motion.
Jim's moved. Doug seconded.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going at 12:20.
Just pick and choose.
I said 12:20, they might go to my clock. Yay. You can get us something. Well, I'm gonna move it, we
That works great.
recess for 45 minutes and come back. Stretch, get out of here for a short.
That's all I, oh. So, well,
We lost one. It happens. So we still got checks and vouchers yet, so I move it recess for 45 minutes and grab a bite to eat, meet back here or we can just say we'll meet back here at 1:15.
It took about 30 minutes.
It's about 30 minutes.
Does that work?
1:15 works for me.
And what time is it now?
12:43, I guess. That clock is way off, isn't it?
It's all 4 to 5 minutes yet.
I mean, is that plenty of time for everybody? I'm just gonna grab Subway, grab a mini sandwich, and iced tea.
You got that clock adjusted.
Yeah, that's driving me nuts every time I look up there. Look at that.
Is that satisfactory?
That's fine.
Okay.
You call recess?
Call recess, 12:43, reconvene at 1:45.
1:15.
1:15, sorry. Thank you.
30 minutes.
Wait, I forgot to mention to you last week, I'm sorry.
Let's walk up to my office.
Okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes is kind of stretching. What did you
It's,
guys?
it's pretty, no, I didn't even get anything to describe me a coat. I run 2 short errands while I was going.
I went to Charlie.
That's gotta be fast right there.
Everybody.
Just a little something, all I need.
Exactly.
It's already past 1:15, isn't it?
No.
No, it ain't.
Well, we're fine, back
2
clock.
minutes. But somebody changed that clock this morning after we left.
Yeah, they did. They did change it.
I need to drink coffee already?
Maybe well.
30 minutes is stretching it, wasn't
It's like, I think I have 1
It's
minute.
pretty tight.
it? Live and learn on that one. But
Yay, 2 minutes.
Ate your sandwich kind of quick, didn't you?
Yeah, I normally don't eat very fast.
Oh, and it looks like Barb got the clock done, because it looks like it matches.
yeah.
Give you an idea.
I can't remember there.
Looks like Sonic's having issues getting supplies in.
Really. Everybody is, I don't completely understand it, but whatever.
No noisy. When are we gonna go back to our upstairs room?
I have no idea.
What's in the room?
Act like college football fans and
What's in the old administrative assistant office?
Wade's other.
Secretary.
kicked Donna out of there and sent her into appraisers. Then down to where Andrea is now. Maybe we just moved. 115, we're back. So, to me, there was one more item left to identify. And for that, I'd like to go into executive session for 15 minutes.
I'll move.
Discuss
I'll second.
non-elected personnel. Whatever the KSA, whatever, yada, yada, yada. Jesse's moved,
I second it.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
15 minutes, we'll go in at 1:18. My sunglasses.
You can't see me, right? I know, turn it off. Oh, that's not. Yeah. You're welcome to come to my office. Okay. Sorry.
So how long do you please?
Good, just a conversation back here, I need to.
What was the reason?
Also, I want the personnel, so I have no idea what I'm just gonna.
have today.
You know, I don't really get used to meet this week. When I was chairman, we was out before noon every day.
Tim and I, we're changing things, gosh darn it.
Yeah, we're gonna make you chairman next year,
No, you're
Jesse.
not.
Yeah, we are.
You are.
You're, you know what?
We're gonna make you chairman. The only advantage the chairman has is that everybody else, the chairman runs the meeting. All the advantage the chairman has over anybody else,
The chairman needs to be readily available.
not necessarily. You can have a vice chairman. try to-
Then you get to delegate.
But we need to change. Tom's been here 2 years, so we need to do something different.
A good choice, Jesse. Tim, I like Tim.
I like Jesse. Don't dump it on me.
Well, we can share it back and
Yeah,
forth.
chairman, vice chairman.
There you go.
Trouble and double.
We've already got you figured out, Jess. If you can run a trucking company, you can run a commission.
My resignation letter's in the mail.
Mine will follow.
You-
Okay, we are back. So, need a motion to go into executive session with the commission and Darrell from extension for 5 minutes.
I'll move.
All second.
This is moved, Tim seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going at 1:38.
Is that one the same to personal matters? Is that the same?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was 15 also,
5,
5. At what time?
1:38.
Okay, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, it did happen kind of
It
quick.
went fast.
My apologies.
Okay. That went real fast.
Were the commissioners the only one in the last executive session?
Yes. Mark, I didn't see you come in over there. That's not gonna be there. That you did.
Yep, and the foundation's up. So. Yeah.
What's in this?
Yeah, that's the janitor stuff.
Oh, okay.
The door.
We're back. It's time to start eyeballing and signing. I think. Sorry?
The first one's a proclamation. That's already read. Well, that's fine. Military. Yeah, him and Nick was at the same. Him and Nick both was fighters in the military. Yep. So, they would, Nick could come down and Johnny would cut his hair, and then Johnny would go up and Nick could cut his hair. Till about the day John died.
These are a couple of barbers who met that.
No, that's just the barber. Yeah. Nick Fleischer.
Okay.
He finally retired, hung it up last year.
I wonder about that. Actually, yesterday, I wondered if he did it in an old roller, used to be across the street, I wonder if that did for any rollers.
Yeah.
He did.
John always come up there. Excuse me, Bob. Should've waited until he signed it. I'm sorry? Should've waited until he signed it, then he'd do one of them numbers.
I didn't expect it to slide quite that far.
Anything exciting for your big day?
No,
No.
what's going to be, you know.
Not yours,
Another
then.
day, another life.
Exactly. I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
Oh my God. Jeez, a week ago, and, you know, a big fight was like, and I think that's what was after it, and it really clean.
It was kind of intermittent, working and on.
Nice to out, sending out this and with low, and water and stuff like that. Some of my freezer food, so. Not that good, that's really not.
Kind of like getting a vacuum
Yeah.
cleaner, right? Or pots and pans. Hey, there's nothing better than spin mops. Them spin mops from Cedar or something, them things are awesome. That made mopping way nice. Our house is all tiled, other than the bedrooms.
Don, you threw that at me, were you gonna sign it? Or
I'm sorry?
You threw this at me, were you gonna sign it before you did, or?
I still did there, Tom.
I said you threw that at me, were you going to sign it?
No, I didn't agree for it. I didn't realize I missed it. I think I looked at every,
You didn't look at that one very close.
no, I looked at every page underneath of it.
Now you can throw it at me.
And I'll throw it at you.
Okay.
Most of the time, they've got a little sticker on them when it's underneath. I just didn't catch that second page.
website, especially, I read over the new bills. that were in the past. And I was right, it's 2,600 per year per cap as far as the green tax on cap. $500 for pigs.
They're not gonna be able to enforce that.
I won't say never, knowing what's happened the last 9 months.
So, you kind of make a decision. Do we need to? Excuse me.
It happens.
Pardon?
You mean on that deal?
Yeah.
I think it just happened.
Okay. I mean,
They agreed to it.
Thanks, Jesse, I look forward.
Now you can get busy.
Angie, what's the scoop? Here's, an employee went to Kansas City for a park, and he ate while he was there. Does it ticket, is that reimbursable for the meal, or does that become part of his wages? Is that taxable or
If it's a
something?
day trip, it's supposed to go through payroll.
Hmm?
If it's a day trip or day lunch, it's supposed to go through payroll.
Okay, well, I don't think this did, but I knew there was something about that a few years ago that was discussable. So we might want to take a look at,
Okay.
this would be,
I can come look at it.
10659 is the
Okay.
voucher number when it gets to you.
Angie, here's a voucher that came in for contract attorney, 1258. Those have been at 1,070, they've all been increased to 1258, which is a $200 increase.
If that's for court, probably.
It just says a contractual for September, 1258, they didn't run 1,070.
Well, maybe they
Yeah.
can do some extra stuff.
So it is different than the one we retained.
I don't know what this was.
We'll see what the next one is when I see it.
Yeah, okay.
So we did run a little under $1,100.
Yeah, they probably did increase it.
Auto up at the auto tractor show a couple weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
and National Guard was there, they were helping out. And that's one of the guard guys said, "What I'm gonna do when President Tips is gonna get my weapon?" I said, "Hell, I'm gonna go home and protect my own."
Yep. Good answer. it won't be,
Didn't even happen.
it won't be, it'll be UN before it be anything.
Over in pharmacy, I heard that the, other pharmacy sold out to them also.
Oh, they did.
All involved, you know.
Are they gonna have two locations? Or
They're
no?
gonna-
I doubt it.
I just picked up some medicine up there. They announced it here last week. My understanding, talking to Sandy, they're gonna close the one at Hoover's and everything will be down. But I'm not sure Sandy would know.
Yeah.
Well, I know they're doing a survey at the west side of Leroy for that 14 lot housing. And I know Bobby has agreed to fund that. My understanding is that deal's not gonna happen at all.
Good deal.
All that housing.
Put
development?
in a housing area at the southwest
Oh.
corner of Leroy. They did the, the study to make sure it's out of the floodplain. My understanding here a month ago, that is probably absolutely not gonna happen, although I know it can probably change. But I know Bobby's funding all the engineering on it. But since it's not gonna happen, with the city doing it, I wonder if the city ought to be funding this. This one's here 6,300, and I think we'd already paid 4 or 5 last month.
Well, I don't know what the agreement was with,
I'm sorry,
I don't know what our agreement was with
I
the
don't
city.
either.
You know, why they come down?
Well, Bobby agreed to do some of it, but this still, I think some of this still was, but of course, the city, if they funded it, it'd take it out of infrastructure, which we've already funded that to. I wouldn't mind asking Bobby exactly how many dollars, he's funded for that.
Okay.
Because my understanding is that project is not gonna happen, but I missed that one meeting when they had a discussion on.
I'm joking.
You have to get your pair over.
Sit out.
There's your $1 million idea.
You coming?
Yes.
Keep
Those
that.
stuck together.
No, like keep that obvious on your way down.
Who, hey, Tom, we never did pick anybody for Bobby to assist in meetings.
I didn't know who you were.
Well, he wanted to know if Commissioner would go with him
Oh,
to set in on some meetings here in the near future.
I can probably do it.
I'm just thinking you're closer.
And that's not a problem. I mean, it's up to you guys.
No, I'm good.
I don't
can't-
with it.
You can't.
I got no problem at all. I know you're a little bit closer to this, I don't want to take advantage of it either.
Right.
I mean, I got, sometimes I got major bids that I, takes my undivided attention to get accomplished, like the one tomorrow. I'll be in the office by 4 AM trying to get that accomplished.
Right. On our meeting earlier about somebody assisting you at a meeting or 2 or 3 in the near future,
Yes,
we didn't address that.
When are the dates?
it's been on Wednesdays, but it can be moved to a Friday.
Wednesday, I'm going to Lynn County.
Is that
You got-
Wednesday night or during the day?
During the day,
What time? Like after lunch? Before lunch?
1 or 2 o'clock.
And that's this Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I won't be back from Lynn County that quick.
Man,
Not-
both of
not
you
to
will be in
mention-
Lynn County.
I think, not to mention, the discussion was I'm gonna be gone starting the
Right.
8th. I forgot about that.
Right now, you're planning on going to Lynn County Wednesday, Tom,
Yes, sir.
as well as I'm going. Plus the sheriff and county, under sheriff and Wade.
You've got meetings on Wednesdays, don't you, Bob?
Actually, this Wednesday, no.
Them
You don't?
two are gonna be
No,
gone.
Wednesday I don't. Not this Wednesday, I have them Thursday and Friday.
Would you be available this Wednesday?
What time
2 o'clock
and where at?
at, UP. Or I can meet you here
Are
and
you
just try it
gonna-
done.
Are you gonna come by and pick me up?
I can.
Okay, that work?
I can certainly do that.
Driving Miss Daisy.
Yeah.
Get in the house.
That can be done.
You'll be careful picking it up. You might have one of these donkeys out there for you.
I don't have any donkeys.
Well, you get rid of them?
I have mules.
Oh, mules? Okay.
It's the same thing.
No, they're not.
I know.
Too many problems, yeah. Is that it? Let's change this subject.
I can see where that was going.
Not gonna end well.
Headed south.
2 o'clock.
Does that take care of that?
What-
Yes, sir.
what
We've
time?
got an invoice here from BG Consult for $63.50, which is a project at Leroy. And I know you told me here a week or 2 or 3 or 4 weeks ago that you were gonna fund that. But this is over and above something we'd already paid, what, a month ago?
Yes, sir.
My understanding is, I've attended the last 4 or 5 meetings, but I missed the one that they talked about on this. To me, that project's not gonna happen.
Well,
Or is there more behind the scenes than what I've been told, because I didn't attend that particular meeting?
there is a corporation that I talked about this morning that is supposedly located on lot number 14, which is right there on the roadway.
Okay. I thought, is, if this is totally down, totally not gonna happen, maybe the city of Leroy will be funding that engineering study. But it should be kind of a partnership deal.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah, it ought to be a partnership to me, plus for the county as well as the city.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know what we paid last month, but it's maybe like 4, 5, 6,000, but I don't remember exactly. This near 63.50,
Yes, sir. There is,
and I don't know where that project's at, other than I heard it wasn't gonna happen.
well, right now, the residential portion, they are certainly on hold. You are correct, yes, sir. The commercial portion, the reason why I proceeded with that last piece was because there is an active client on that property. And it's a business, it would triple the tax revenue of the city. And I have proposed that the city spend the money that you've given them, the infrastructure money, to accommodate this commercial client.
How much of this has been happening just for the commercial project? And I know that's what if?
A good half of it.
Yeah, figures might be. I'm not exactly sure how to respond or what the best way to move on. Because they could end up being a plus for the county as well as the city.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. The, those communities, I did take a tour with a council member from Leroy City Council. They drove all throughout Leroy, looking at residential properties, roadway paving projects. They have a couple of different things. So a lot of these communities, not just the money that you spent to give them for infrastructure, they qualify for grants. Leroy and Waverly qualify for grants where Burlington, for instance, does not due to income levels, but they're not aware of what is available, but there's a couple of things happening in Leroy. One of them specifically is that commercial property on the front there.
There's a lot of vacant properties in Leroy, especially the north end is all hooked up with, total infrastructure, all the infrastructure's there.
And
Some
the
of those
north
properties may, some of those probably may be available for opportunity, some of them may not be available. I don't know, and if I knew it, I could say.
Yes, sir.
But, there's a lot of vacant areas in it, back there north of, the northern half, north of the school system.
Yes, sir. On C Street?
Yeah, C Street's got a lot of, that's all open in there.
Yes, sir.
And it's all got the infrastructure already built where this other project is gonna take 300,000 or 400,000, well, up to 600,000 infrastructure.
That's right. Yes, sir.
So-
Yes, sir.
So,
That is the final money spent.
I'm sorry,
That's the final invoice on that particular project.
There won't be any
Oh,
more.
no, sir.
and I think the first one was 4,000 or 5,000.
I think it was 4,500.
It seemed to me like it was in the, close to the 5 range, that gets it up to 11 or 12. I know Bob said he was gonna fund it, but now the project is, I'm not sure what's on hold or was shut down for.
Well, it might have changed gears to another route.
Correct.
Is basically the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
It changed from residential to commercial maybe.
Well, part of it was almost there, along the blacktop is almost commercial anyway.
Yes, sir.
There's two lots there's already set up.
Okay.
They were acre lots, where the others is four lots to an acre,
Yes, sir.
3.5 to 4 lots to an acre.
Yes, sir.
I went ahead and signed off on it, so either way, it's gotta be taken care of. And if the city takes care of it, it's gonna be infrastructure money that we presented, so.
Yes, sir.
But that's in, on that particular zoning area, that would be, take care of all of it,
Yes, sir.
regardless of what happens 3 or 4 months down the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Bobby.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Vehicle won't stay running. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 codes. What fix it? Found engine air filter damage. 7 codes for an air filter.
How does it fare?
We won't go there.
You know, it's kind of hard to believe that an air filter would be, you know, especially in a patrol state. I don't know how many miles was on it, unit number 2. You wouldn't take an air filter and get it plugged in between oil changes. I travel a lot of gravel roads. We change our semi filters every 6 months. Now, if they go through a dust storm, that's a different story. We go through dust storms out western Kansas.
Yeah.
Plugs them up immediately. Maybe once a year. Blow it out, yeah. Yeah, I've never had one not run because of it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. If they're getting their vehicle serviced, either they're not getting the air filters changed when they do every 2 oil changes or something.
Stockton must be for Tim's news.
I think that. $35 days of inmate housing, $1,225.
Nice. Travel back and forth.
Is that included, is that including food? That includes food, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But that does not include medical, if they have to have medical, that's all on top of it. Here's another one, Angie, on the attorneys that we retained, 458. So they jumped $200 in 1 month.
Inflation.
You know, that's 200, I don't know what percentage that is, but that's 200% in one.
Look at some of these fuel bills.
But you're doing it Zoom.
I don't think most people even show up, or don't have to unless they're called in to get paid extra. I'm not exactly sure how that all works.
Just wait. My fuel this morning was almost $3. Just wait till it's done. You're gonna be looking at 350 fuel on the road.
I locked my propane in for the year.
Just read the title.
Yeah.
That's why I said 10.
Who sells most of the propane out in the Weber area?
I use Greeley.
I'm sorry,
I use Greeley,
Gridley?
I'm sorry.
Gridley's that?
More. You can tell where I grew up more.
You've got more of Gridley.
When you said that, I used Greeley on You've been patronizing, I
I tell you, you're part of Gridley's.
See, you can tell
That's
where
like
I
me
grew
saying-
up at.
Like me saying Lyon County in place of Lynn County over there.
Oh, my,
That's all right. Do you frequent for time out travel? Take that as a minute, right?
I do go.
Okay.
I do go. Don't push your luck though.
I'll reframe. There's more there than I know. I was just gonna say, I see they got a good, singer coming in November. Bishop Huget from Brisbane. Very good. Very good singer. Yeah, for evening of music.
Let me know. I'll step with you.
November 6th or something like that. You might not want to say everything. I don't know if they're gonna have enough room.
I did, when, Clayton was there. And Jake, and, Luke sang,
Mhm. Mhm.
and I do go in.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how big their outback area is. Because he's got a heck of a follow. He really does. We had him at our bar there at Lebo when we owned it several times.
What is the?
Ritter.
Yeah.
Ritter Country.
On Thursday.
Yeah, he's good. Of course, I hear no country.
I'm sorry?
My Wednesday may change.
This is you. For you. So you'll be there. You need to take care of it. You need to take care of it.
Just, the colors out here.
Do we need to have somebody replace you?
Wednesday, if somebody wants to go, yeah.
I
mean, I don't know if it's an imperative that somebody go.
well, I think, well, I know that'd only be one role. Go ahead, Lynn County.
We haven't got a time set to leave or, of course, get back. It's probably gonna be it's probably gonna be a 6-hour deal.
It'd be better. I try to talk to October. So.
For me.
The gentleman I saw at lunch changed what might happen Wednesday, but then I just received another notice.
Another deal.
Another deal.
I'll take your place if you can't go. I think at least 2 of us ought to go.
I guess you'll get your cell phone number, I'll know more tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
I haven't talked to Tom now since last
Wednesday or Thursday.
So there hasn't been a time set yet.
Let me make a phone call real quick. I know I've got a DOT physical sometime this week.
And that orange sheet be the first one in there.
Alright.
I'm still in the meeting. Hey, what did I say I had on? Wednesday or Thursday? Was it Friday or Monday? I've got another meeting on Wednesday. I got it wrote down, I guess. It's, just in the meeting right there. They're here for it. I just wanted to make sure before I went to another meeting. Did that this wrong? There you go. No, I'm still on the meeting.
Yes, you go before you sit down.
Once you get this ass. Get it where it's on the field.
What's the difference?
Still used for power generation.
Power generation. Power generation.
Yeah. That's 50-15, right? Power generation? Or 50-15.
And then, all right, that makes sense. But I wonder how much it might be going up.
Mm-hmm. Well, with your fuel costs, it's gonna probably increase.
Yeah.
I'm good for Wednesday, Tom, if you can't.
I'm in more.
Okay.
Tomorrow, I think, so, hopefully. I just need a better way to maybe get a hold of you.
So,
340-2650.
That's,
That's my cell.
this deal with Bobby, is that what Bobby,
There's, way I understand it, there's some meetings to work out some finances.
had something to do with?
Yes.
You want to-
Well, I'm not there. You do what you do.
You might say to me, protect you.
You do what you do. You do the best interest of the county. That's all I can say. And taxpayers, which is the county.
This green one.
Well, I don't know, I missed it, I guess. There's an orange, a yellow, or pink, or
You haven't got any of that stuff yet. I haven't passed it on.
Good.
I haven't learned the color
I
coding yet.
figured that you guys would probably get confused. I just have been holding on.
You just- You take care of us. Keep us in line.
I try.
Right. So I'll just get with you when you are.
Go ahead and employ stipends in this badge for the phone. Must be, the account must be 8 or 10.
Tim, are you up on the old, what the heck, I'm gonna say this, old world blue stem grass? Have you been following it?
You got much of that up to leave over there?
Well, it's getting, see, I've never really heard of it.
Have you been to the K-State agronomy tour they have out there on 58 Highway? I was out there, it's been 2 years now. And they've got about probably 35 or 40 different plots out there. Some of it's brush, some of it's cerise diesel, where they got 3 or 4 different deals. And some of it they're doing a burn down in cerise a lot. And having some pretty good results with it. Went west, or where we go, someplace nice too, to Madison. And there's a whole section over there burn on, whole section.
For
It's
sure.
burnt, and I assume it's probably burnt and trying to clean up cerise west to do it. And Darrell's, they're doing that work down 58 Highway, 58, back north a little ways, with cerise and the old
world
and you
blue
can't hardly,
stem or something like
can't
that.
hardly tell the difference in old blue or whatever you call it, between that big blue, little blue, and Osage and gamma grass. Kind of hard to identify, but there's more of it coming in all the time.
Now, there's a landowner up north of the interstate.
And it's not gonna be good.
Doing some testing. There's some pastures up there that just are pretty much useless because of it.
The livestock won't eat it.
Yeah.
Livestock won't eat it.
How do you control it?
They're still working. They're still doing a lot of work, and right now, when they had that tour over 2 years ago, they didn't have a solution for it yet. I'm not sure they're gonna have a solution. You take it out, you can take out your native,
Yeah.
take out your little blue, all your beneficial grasses that we're used to. And I haven't talked to Darrell now for 2 years, but they had K-State people down there for that tour. The worst of it, they only had, I think there were 6, and I'm not a farmer, but I was a commissioner, so I went to look. I think they had 6 farmers there that day for something that was pretty important. I don't think they advertised it very well.
Well, that's what I didn't know if our county weed person was trying to do anything,
Todd, I know Todd was there that day. I'm not sure how much of the discussion he was involved in, but Darrell, then they had the person or two from, K-State. Like I said, there's probably 5, 6, 7 people there from K-State.
I noticed.
And it's quite a test plot. I mean, the repetition, was done 3 or 4 times. But there's still a lot to learn on.
I know there has been about 2 weeks south of Glen Dorfus, they had burnt native. And I'm sure it was for cerise.
But it wasn't just gonna be right to take native, to burn it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why you'd burn the trees and
In the fall,
When there's
because that's
chemical-
free
I'm pretty sure I did not.
seeding out.
crazy, but you can, you spray it.
It's hard business.
If you spray it in the spring with green
And I
or
do.
pasture garden, which has got escort in it.
I
Spray it in June, you can do a good job of taking it down. Or you can wait till September and spray it. Yeah, with ally or escort, because they've got residual for the seed. They got residual for the seed. But ally and escort, you can spray it, and most farmers, that didn't do me any good. But it takes a minimum of 3 weeks for those products to take the live weed down. It won't turn brown for 2 weeks plus.
But
With
do that
ally or escort.
in September.
You do that late August, mid-September, and that's back, when I was working with it all the time. And I'm with it, you want to get some new information now, because I've been away from that for a while.
I've used Pasture Guard.
Pasture guard, though, you want to use that in the spring, when you
Yeah.
got the immediate knockdown, and then you got the escort that's with it, to eliminate the seeds from coming out.
That's what I've done.
And the worst of it with all your sprays, you got enough Sarisa in your sloughs, in your timber area, that you can't get to.
You can't get to it.
Now, use a blaster, best thing is to use a blaster and go after it.
Yeah.
and you'll have pretty good success then, but,
It's a battle.
well, it's worse than a battle. You know, you get off on the foothills in the Yates Center area, Yates Center and further south where they got a lot of brush, you can't spray up the ground, or you gotta put an airplane on
Yep.
it. Getting Greenwood County and I'm not too sure that they've made any advancement on it at all here in the last 10 or 15 years. You might talk to Darla, because Darla's involved in this deal down here.
Don't miss that one.
I think some of the old world blue
Oh,
stem
you missed it. That's right, you missed it.
had it in the state right away. They were old 50 and 31, and I own that 20 acres northeast corner.
Mhm.
It's moved into my Max Q Festival.
I'll take it out.
And you know, even the cattle in the spring don't want to go in that area and eat.
Are those different from?
There are, there
All
are
these
road grades.
Okay.
I don't pay attention to those dividers.
I know they've got a pretty good, place. I mean, it's just, I think the landowner's doing it, trying to spray different stuff. He's got sectioned off a hot wire, so the cattle, horses or something can't get in there. He's got some strips he's playing, probably trying to make a cocktail would be my guess.
Yeah.
Is your fescue and brome an issue in your native grass, in your native pasture?
You know, in that one, yes, because my Max Q is moving into my native, and I knew it would.
But you can, you know, back when we used to do a lot of spray with atrazine on native, put 2 pounds of active atrazine down, and it's a very specific time, late May or early June, depends on the weather, depends on the rain and the heat. But you can totally eradicate fescue and brome and native. with
Keep
atrazine.
that in
With
mind.
atrazine. But it's not labeled today, where it was 20 years ago.
Alright,
So don't tell anybody,
oh,
I guess, for,
What? You just told everybody, you didn't help me learn.
well, at least I made them aware of it.
Yeah. Well,
It wasn't labeled a few years ago, but I don't, maybe it may be relabeled now. It's pretty easy to take fescue out of maybe.
Jim, what about the old boy over there by Waverly, it's lost some cattle lately? And when he finds them, they don't live very long after he finds them, thinking maybe they're getting into Johnson grass. Because right now, Johnson grass acids up.
and drying, high nitrate poison.
I don't know much about it, I just heard a little bit about it.
Sour grow, we used to
no, sorghum,
basically,
big tall stuff.
yes, and we'd have to watch that, to get a nitrate level on it. In a dry year, in a fast growing, then all of a sudden dry for nitrate. And it'll feel like that.
And that might be what they are.
Can I ask a question of the group about Medicare D? Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay,
What?
Medicare Part D.
No, I don't have no word about it. No, no.
Okay.
So that, Joe Public.
So we have, with moving Sheila over to the nursing position. It leaves that public health nurse assistant position open. And I'm curious how you would feel if I made some changes. Medicare D has been a small part of our office work through the last several years. There is someone else in town that's doing them inside of an insurance agency, and the area agency on aging can perform that service as well. And our local pharmacies can perform the service as well. So it almost appears as though it's not a community need at this time. Do any of you have any strong feelings about that?
Have you talked to Leslie about it?
I've called and left her a message last week. I received a call back from the current SHIC coordinator in our office, and she's willing to come down and perform that for us in helping her advertise that once she gets her date. But I didn't know if it's something that you guys feel strongly that the county should be putting resources into. The reason I'm asking is perhaps the responsibilities of public health emergency preparedness that Carl completed, only the local part of that, not the regional, the local. If I could partner that in the public health nurse assistant position instead of the Medicare D, that it might be a good fit and alleviate a little bit of my responsibilities. Because right now I'm doing, well, I could be doing Carl's work if I weren't doing COVID 24/7. So
I
are
don't
there any strong opinions?
know about the local, but I know business with Leslie last week. She said that they have hired a new SHIC person.
Yeah.
And this person has been helping people here occasionally. It hasn't been a heavy load, but they don't know whether that's because of all the COVID stuff going on. But it hasn't been a heavy load, but they're willing to assist with it. So the only thing was, area agent, I think when they did it, they actually paid the person for doing it. So I don't know if we could maybe partner with them and with this insurance and whoever else.
Yeah.
We might be able to make it work
And not have to have somebody
not have to have a
in-house.
person. Just so you know, that's what Sally did.
That's what Sally has done for us for several years until she retired.
You had somebody step down?
Sally retired last
2 years ago.
March, April, and then Sheila took over that responsibility, but now Sheila's going over to nursing. And so,
I didn't catch it when you first mentioned. What service are you asking about, that whether they need to partner up or hire somebody?
Medicare Part D,
And what does that service provide?
it's for people who have a Medicare Part D, a prescription program.
Okay,
It reviews plans to see if they are on the plan that's most financially feasible for them with the drugs that they're on.
so you have quite a few clients, I don't know where clients the right word. You have quite a few people come in and ask.
In the past, we have. But last year, we performed it on a few. So, but we were also in transition, getting Sheila trained and up and running with it. So, and then COVID has kept people away, especially that population.
Sheila never really got fully trained because she never did any of the online. I mean, she did the online, but she
did
didn't do it in person. And then COVID hit and we just pretty well went away for the most part.
If we don't provide the service, who in the county does? Does the hospital or their clinics, or who else provides?
No, each pharmacy in the community can do it. And there's an insurance agency in the community that can do it. And the area agency on aging can do it. So there's 3, 4, 5, depending on how many you count as different pharmacies.
I think that's who we used for a couple of family members. For us was Council on Aging did it like, but nothing.
I mean, it seems like to me, there's other places in the county that's doing it. Maybe our people can focus more on other stuff. versus that.
If there's only one, might be a little different.
Right.
If there's 3, 4, or 5,
Right.
there may be plenty of opportunities out there where we wouldn't have to provide a service, but we don't want to drop our ball. We don't want to drop the ball either.
And we're one of the few county health departments that actually pays somebody to do it, and, I mean, we're rare, I think, in that regard. So, I don't know, as I'm trying to make changes and make things fit differently, I think of our list of prioritized items, that would probably be one of the things lower on the totem pole to get off to somebody else, so I just wanted to see if there were any strong opinions about it before I made a formal recommendation.
Like I say, I didn't know, when I had a few family members get on it, that it was even offered through the health department with, like I said, we went through Council of Aging or pharmacy, one or two.
And we can help advertise for those folks. I told area agency on aging, we would hand out flyers, so when they got a date going, we hand them out at our drive-through food clinics.
I think it'd be different if you had somebody coming in weekly for it, but if it's an occasional, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but last year wasn't a normal year. Sally was pretty busy with it when she was doing it, but, we also didn't have somebody in Burlington doing it besides her. And now we do. There's the Integrity Insurance Office page.
No, I don't think it was ever advertised, anybody except area agency was doing it before. I mean, I think maybe the thing is we need to promote that other people are willing to do it.
Yeah, I'm more than willing to do that. So, okay.
I would say take your bill load off of the health department, why not? Focus on other stuff.
Do you see any potential problems so the work that was done before for local public health emergency preparedness, it was about 40% of a full-time position. Do you see any problem in partnering that with a public health nurse assistant position, where they're doing partial helping of the nurses and doing disease investigation and also doing what we call PEP? You see an issue there? Taking two.
Before you had 3 nurses.
Yeah.
And she was just a nurse assistant but she was actually hired to actually take Sally's place in a sense. So now that you have moved her over to basically being a nurse, she's in a sense, filling the void that you're gonna have. So this other person can be what Sheila was originally, the time she was really hired for, so I think you can make it work, it ought to work out all right. I think only you know, I don't really know all your department, you would know better than anyone what's going on. Even Jesse would know.
Yeah, I think.
I know that much.
It's a little bit hard for us to give you a definite answer when we don't know, maybe don't know all the details or all the background or all the what is. And I know you understand. You're asking for us something, we like to respond, but don't know exactly how to respond.
And that's okay. Okay. I'm gonna continue working on then seeing how well I can get that to mesh and make sense, so. I'm gonna try, so it'll help. I think it'll be easier to fill 2 or 1 full-time position than it would be 2 partial part-time positions. Makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that does.
Okay, thank you much.
Yes.
Do we have a contract with PG Consultants for on-call engineering?
You're gonna have to ask yourself that. Maybe you are asking yourself that.
I didn't realize that we had on-call.
I seen a check come across, but I wasn't.
Here, this kind of goes back to down the road, because if if this is what it is, on-call engineering at 25 hours, 146 an hour, it's 2,646, and that's through August 31st. But it doesn't say when it started. So to me, what we discussed earlier makes sense. So why would we want to hire a full-time engineer?
Did I skip that one?
Mm-hmm.
I said, I didn't see my initial on it, but I didn't realize what you're referring to.
That makes sense of that.
And it might have been for a project. He's having somebody look at a bridge. He wasn't certified to engineer.
That's that one over there south of Lee Road,
I think so.
that big bridge.
Yeah. But I don't know if he'd already went that direction or not. I'm just trying to think of what projects was out there that he might have had them there for.
Talking about that bridge there, south of Lee Road.
Yeah.
We paid for that a month ago, if I remember right.
Okay.
Because they were all underneath, they had a truck on top with a boom and everything going underneath. I think that was paid last week, or last month.
He must have got something ongoing that we needed that for.
Did you see that Amazon again on clothing? I think right up the street would be
Pretty good place for it,
a
wouldn't
pretty good place for what? Clothing, boots.
it? Well, boots and reflective vest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was probably about before they were.
Probably was, yeah, bought before Baumgart's was open.
Who's the billing date on it? I don't know, you. I see we went to Blue Stem and bought a whole bunch of nuts and bolts.
It's September 21st.
And there's nothing.
Angie, since we're a little bit, not sure which two of us are going Wednesday, to eliminate phone calls between us and Tom, you want to see if Tom's in, to see if he's got a time frame, or we need to leave here tomorrow or Wednesday morning? Might say some phone calls later. I talked to him last week, we didn't have a time frame to work with.
This is Mound City, right?
I'm sorry?
Mound City?
Yeah,
I'll probably drive myself.
okay. They're just gonna pick me up and later on, so. But you need to find what time we're leaving here, to have a rough idea.
I'll just go east.
They keep you over there.
I don't care. They won't keep me for long.
County seat.
No, so they keep you.
Not the same.
No,
If he's not in, I mean, we can
county
find out.
seats at Mound City.
Kind of like Erie being county seat of, Wilson. Not Chanute, but Erie. Is that Wilson?
Yes, I think it is.
How much we spend on coffee and stuff every month. Which we 10 drinks now.
Yeah.
Everybody.
I sent him a message, John, he didn't answer yet.
I'm sorry,
I sent him a message, he hasn't answered yet, he wasn't in his office.
if we don't discover that today, we'll do it tomorrow.
Oh, leave at 9, he says.
Leave at 9.
Uh-huh. He just sent it.
I'll probably just meet him up here, or else they, of course, they can stop.
Yeah.
If Jesse goes, he's just gonna drive direct.
He's gonna go through Leroy going anyway.
Yeah. I'll touch base with Tom. But we don't, Tom may be going, or maybe Jesse's. 9 o'clock here.
That's what I'm saying, here at the courthouse, I'm waiting for him to say, yes. Yeah, here at the courthouse at 9. I gotta step out for a few minutes.
How far are you from Mound City? An hour or plus?
Oh, yeah, it's an hour and a half drive.
So I'm an hour.
Hour.
I'm an hour and 15, 20 minutes more.
From Waverly, it's an hour from my house. I go a different route, I go to Garnett, then take Centerville and
There isn't a real good direction to go from where it is.
well, you go to Garnett and take the Bush City Centerville Road, and then
You can't go on down to 31.
it's farther for us.
South of Garnett's all tore up yet.
Yeah,
You're
so
gonna
I
have to
just go,
You're gonna have to go straight east or someplace.
I go to Centerville and then head down south and then cut across County
I
Road.
don't know how quick the highway south of Garnett, I thought was supposed to be done this fall. I don't know.
Well, you can make it,
You can make it to 31.
You can make it far away.
yeah, you can go 31 and then you got.
And around the curve and to Kincaid and then to Blue Mound.
But it's not a very good straight shot.
I'm used to it. There's no good way to get there.
Hello.
How you doing these?
I'm good, how about you?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, it's been no late in the day to be deciding.
I'm leaving my options open.
Okay.
The options are getting less and less as the day goes along.
Yes.
Bob's got the last time, so they're getting there.
I think I'm getting a writer.
Need to stand.
Let's put half back. Wait till next month.
You won't like it when you have next one sent that out.
Have to do 2 days worth of signing.
You just better sit here and finish your work.
If you end up going Wednesday, they're gonna leave here at 9.
Okay. I'll hopefully know more tomorrow.
Sorry.
I'll hopefully know more tomorrow.
And hopefully everything's. Drag line for a mower,
I read that, what are we buying a bunch of,
quantity of 3,
yeah, or we could just up and replace them or what?
$5,900.
I noticed that. You're the only one of them with the clutch. I'm seeing, and then the others, are we just up replacing them? I would think they wouldn't have to be replaced.
What is that on?
If they grease them and service them, they wouldn't have to be replaced.
You'd think they just replace the disc.
Well, if only one of them got a clutch, the other 3 are just,
Drag
drive
line. 3 bush hog PTO shafts, $1,969 each.
Well, I'll replace the huge joints.
easier to replace shaft.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
Well, I thought maybe somebody messed one up until I seen there was 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something to you.
No, one thing unhooked.
See, we took bids on that. We took bids on PTO shafts,
Mhm.
so it's kind of like we were gonna change them, just to be changing.
Mhm.
I'm not real sure what the deal on that. Why we would do that.
Plus the spline were bad. Gosh, I think you just get a new section,
It's new.
spline section, yeah.
Mhm. $1,700 a piece. Should be in line.
What are they, 3 foot long? Unless they're
I
going all
don't
the way
know.
back to the gearbox.
Are those are what, they got 12, are they 12-foot mowers with,
Oh, I'm sure they're boom, yeah.
they're two wings?
Yeah, that's,
looks to me like they replaced all 3 or 4 of them on one mower. The one with the clutch would be the one that goes to the tractor.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, it's not cheap, is it?
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh.
You seen the cheap one first.
Nope, I seen the $9 one first. $196,000 grand total.
What, for all that asphalt stuff?
Yeah.
Just oil, just oil.
Two checks there, quite a bit of money.
That's just for the oil. You can keep those.
Just glad it's not coming out of your check.
Use the description on that, you'll enjoy that.
Well, that's when it's at 5th gear. When it's in 5th gear, they auto engage into neutral. And the ticking sound is the ECU of the transmission, that's like right underneath the cab of the truck, sits there and ticks all the time. And so, yeah, I've got one of these automatics. And
So does it go, and when it picks back up, does it go back to the?
it'll select, it'll select, if it senses it's empty, it'll go down to like a third. But if it senses it's low, it'll go down to a third, and empties like a fourth or a fifth.
That's not it.
And then you'll engage the clutch slowly.
It's the same on each side.
You don't get in a hurry with them. You shouldn't get in a hurry with them, because it confuses them.
They don't have to have it now.
So I got the one, we reprogrammed it,
I thought it was
and,
the whole thing. It's like,
in the manual mode, you push the
No,
button
it's
for
fine.
manual, and then you can shift up
That
or
makes no
shift
sense.
down, paddle shift. But when it gets to like 7th gear, in the manual mode, and you're coming up stop sign, it starts downshifting. Yeah, when you're coming up, you're kind of braking easy, it'll start downshifting. And I think it should be, it's in manual mode. You know, I shift it to 9th or 8th, downshifting, you know. It should stay in that gear until I select it, you know, if I want to take off in 3rd or if I want to take off in 5th. So I called them about that, and so they're doing some research on that. to see why. Because when it's a manual mode, it should not be doing its own shifting. So, I enjoy driving it, except when I'm over there looking for the gear shifter, you know.
Yeah. Just
We're stepping on the floor, we're looking for
put it on
the,
the dash.
it's just right, it's the old Johnny bar. So the shake is back to you, and then shift up is up and down, down.
That's the short front one.
Mhm.
I think that's the short front drive line straight.
Oh. So that's from the tractor to the PTO, or tractor to the gearbox.
Your first knuckle from the tongue, basically over the tongue.
Mhm.
But the 3-year probably for the wings.
Right, so, because it's got the CD.
Oh, yeah, the knuckle.
So they'll forget them, the ones that hook to the tractor.
To the bone.
To the north.
I think the manual would stay right where it is.
Yeah, wherever that paddle shift is, it should stay there. And then it'll go into a flash mode when it kicks into neutral. It'll sit there and flash the gear that's selected. But now it just goes all the way down to whatever it thinks it needs to be. But it's a manual, it shouldn't do that. So,
How old are the brush modes? How old are they? Battery?
Some of them not very old. We've bought some in the last couple of years, I know. True.
timing.
No, I'm estimating. Our little timer is got to be quite the mechanism, especially when you drop it and all the batteries fall out.
Does it still work?
I think next week or next month we'll start here and work our way. That's why I don't feel guilty.
You're fine. Some of those are interesting to,
You like Fred used to, he just signed, he says, the rest of it signed, they gotta be good. So,
Yeah. Actually, does he even need to sign it?
no,
Because it's past 3.
So you're telling me I'm worthless
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
It doesn't have to be signed by
in
you.
so many words, yeah.
Makes me feel good.
Yeah, because Tom signs the check, and Don and Bob and me sign them, so you're just an extra.
Some of these only needed on the, some of these you guys,
Mm-hmm.
You have to check for our signature.
Yes, I do.
It's on your-
That means you get in trouble if they pass. And we didn't sign them. Brad, did you hear that KVOE or somebody like that had, somehow the company that does their emails or something got hacked, or held ransom or something like that?
I hadn't heard that.
Really?
Heard Pot County had some of the same issues last
I'd
week.
like to visit with you to see if there's something I can do to protect myself more up there.
Back up and back up and back up. You know, back it up a couple different places.
Shut it down.
Go back to paper and,
Big sheet notebook and crayon.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pink crayon's good.
They can't be hacked.
Anybody else have anything they wish to share before we adjourn?
I don't have anything.
All done? glad you got through them so thoroughly for us, I really am. Well, that will adjourn at 3:18.
Overtime today.
6 hours.